PKA 731. Our guest Wendigoon is supposed to come. I've heard 10 minutes. I've heard halfway through the show. We'll see. And Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew, Lock and Load, our wonderful merchandise, and Christmas. It's the Christmas season. Merry Christmas to all. A season of mirth, of joy.
Mm-hmm. That's
Have
right.
You all to shoot big loads.
Yeah.
I mean, show me where that's written that he doesn't. You know, that's Chris Cross.
I'm glad you made that clear, Taylor. It's Christmas season. All right. Donald Trump won the election. It's Christmas season. Did you see that little kid correcting Jill Biden?
No.
Oh, it's making the rounds. It's so funny. She comes out to all the kids for the Christmas party or whatever at the White House. Hello and happy holidays. And like a 6-year-old goes, Happy Christmas.
Who the fuck says Happy Christmas?
It's Merry
Weirdos.
Christmas.
It was a 6-year-old. What do you like?
It's a 6-year-old weirdo.
He's a 6-year-old. Actually, that sounds like a very British way to say. Like they'd be like, Happy Christmas.
Really, Merry doesn't sound like the more British thing to say. Merry Christmas.
Okay, they're both pretty. But when you do it in the voice, they both seem pretty British. But yeah,
I did cheat a little.
Well, happy Christmas to that
Happy
6-year-old boy, and happy Christmas to all. Did you guys buy all your presents?
To Jill Biden.
No.
No,
I had to buy for one person. I'm not done yet.
You want a recommendation? We can get our ladies the same thing. I'm getting her a $1,000 robot that cleans the house.
Dude, I started live streaming and Jackie's down like, well, Woody's upstairs working. I guess I should. The house is getting spotless. She said, like, I streamed for 5 hours today. She cleaned for 5 hours. I didn't know this was going to happen. I didn't see this coming.
Nice.
There's a freaking Christmas, I don't know how to call it, but it's like, it's all white. It's clearly Christmas reef tank themed display she made on the coffee table in the Game of Thrones room. It's big. It's like 5 foot by 5 foot with fish and snowflakes and shit.
Man, if I had to draw this, like I have no idea what we were talking about.
Yeah. I can send you a picture if you're.
It's like a nativity scene with fish and Santa hats, right?
Not too far from that, I would say.
Dude,
yeah,
actually, I love that idea. Like a fishy nativity scene. A little sacrilegious, but he was a fisherman, so he'd be cool with it.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus and fish are somehow the same thing. I don't know why the bumper stickers work that way. Taylor, can you explain that? Can you decode why Jesus means fish?
Fish thing. Yeah, Kyle, fire off.
Maybe Kyle knows.
I want it so bad.
Kyle, teach us.
All right, couple reasons. For one thing, he did work as a fisherman part-time. He was out there on the waves. How else did he walk on water during that storm and freak all those other fishermen?
It was a gig economy.
But the main thing with the fishes is Christ did this thing called the Sermon on the Mount, where he gathered up. I don't remember the number. Do you know the number of people who came to witness the Sermon on the Mount?
Like, there were 12 at that dinner.
More like 1,200.
It was supposed to be like thousands at that one.
We're thinking of different.
Yeah. Yeah, they said like 1,000, 1,500 people show up, and all he's got is like one loaf of bread and like a basket of fishes, like a little basket, and he starts feeding everybody, and it just never runs out. He's able to feed everyone with his one loaf of bread and his little basket of fishes. He feeds everyone at the Sermon on the Mount. One of his miracles, of course, also the water into wine and healing all those.
Carrot Top has a similar bit where there's just more in that trunk than you think.
Oh,
God. Not enough to feed thousands of people. You can't eat those fucking kerchiefs that he's pulling out of his mouth or whatever.
By the Son of the Lord, who knows?
That would be like a fun thing if Jesus was like, oh no, I've only got 5 fishes. And he like kind of did a bit with it where he's like, what's this in my cloak? Another fish? Just and everyone just
good sir, you
away.
have a fish behind your ear.
What if you read
every single person in Galilee or wherever would be like, dude, did you go to the Jesus show? Insane. I've never seen anything like it. I was taking fish to go home with. He just kept pulling them out.
Dude, he poured us all a glass of water, and then with a wave of his hand, we got drunk.
Yeah, it was free.
At one point, the Lord Almighty removed his own thumb, and then, no blood, he placed it back upon the same hand. I saw it.
Funny, but when he had my nose, I was scared.
Yeah. Give it back.
That's actually a plot point in that Viking show. They kidnap this Roman entertainer, and he's got like vaudevillian magic, like pulling your got your nose, and they go, give the child his nose back, please, sir. Like they're all freaking out because they think it's real magic. But yeah, that's possible that Christ our Lord was
you're
a traveling musician,
musician, huh? Yeah, we don't mention that, but I think you're right. That is the reason for the fish thing. It was like a symbol of belief in Christ following the Sermon on the Mount.
Yeah.
So very good, Kyle.
How do you
Not
feel
really
about those?
The story of Christmas, but
Well, no, that doesn't have anything to do with Christmas.
Yeah.
Christmas is somebody put a hit out on on Jesus, and they had to flee Bethlehem or wherever they used to live, or go to Bethlehem and hide out and give birth in a manger. And I've always thought, like, that's the most we romanticize giving birth in a manger so much. Like a manger is a slop trough. It's a slop trough. It's you would just think that maybe we just hold the baby, right? Why'd they put him in the slop trough? I don't believe it.
They're tired. They've been walking all day. Their feet are sandy. Like
David's been cucked.
David.
Joseph.
Yeah.
Dude, raping that guy's, what was she, a fiance or something? In her sleep was
his wife. They hadn't had sex yet, Woody. They had only been married for some few years.
Okay. Well, I just assume since she was a virgin that they weren't married yet.
That would make sense if this weren't a made up story. But
no, it's that I don't believe Mary was a virgin canonically. I believe it was a virgin birth.
Virgin birth.
Like she had sex with her husband, but Jesus was a result of not sex. Like God
being raped by God,
made her. Well, no, not that.
The angel of the Lord came
she
down.
Consent?
And
yes.
Well,
she consented.
Yeah.
After the fact.
No. Neither of you know anything about this.
I don't know anything.
I thought the
puts me in
angel
a
of the
rough
Lord came down.
position.
I thought
that's true. Oh, if we're arguing about Christianity, Wendigoon and I are going to run the table.
Kyle knows a thing or two. I don't.
I could have sworn that the angel of the Lord came down to Mary, and she's like sleeping alone for some reason. Again, her husband's not in bed with her, and he's like, "Yo, so I work for God, and last night some shit happened." And now you are pregnant with the Son of God. And don't worry, we got all the bills. We got the education. Just keep this quiet. Your husband's probably going to beat the shit out of you. That's not on us.
That's not on us.
That's not on us.
I believe it was Archangel Gabriel came down and said, "You will soon be pregnant with the Son of God." And then Mary was very excited about that and was like, "Whoa, nice."
It was Gabriel?
I think it was either Michael or Gabriel, right?
I'm saying it's the angel of the Lord because that's how it was always like said on to me.
Do Bible talk the rest of the episode. That's how it was said unto me.
Let's just inexplicably use it when Wendigoon gets here and just not acknowledge it.
I Googled it.
How are you?
And just to learn, this is AI, which is usually like shittier than the other results you get off Google. But anyway, it does say, yes, Mary gave her verbal consent to the conception and pregnancy and birth of Jesus. So I guess it's Luke's story, but it wasn't Luke who told her anything. I don't know what Luke has to do with this.
You wrote it down
Luke is
hundreds of years later.
One of the Gospels. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. They all wrote the same story.
Gabriel did the talking. Why is it shouldn't Gabriel have a book?
He's an
angel. Being. They don't get books.
An angel, which is a person with wings.
So. Well, they're pretty spooky if you read it. Actually, well, they
not at all a person with wings.
I feel like
I've seen them.
Michael or
they
Gabriel.
Shoot you with an arrow and you fall in love. Don't fuck with my Bible knowledge.
Cherub.
That is a cherub. That is they call that a Cupid.
No,
they call that a wild.
This is my subject matter expertise. Right. No. So, and then it also does say that Gabriel explained and Mary gave her consent, which sounds like there's an order of operations problem. But again, it would be unwise to enter a debate about Bible stuff.
You need algebra to make that not a.
Was it really Gabriel?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that. Steel trap for
rusty and
dilapidated the salt water.
You had a better preacher than me. I remember my preacher, and even then thinking like, this guy's not really cutting it up there. He's all red faced and bald. Like, why are we paying for this guy's housing and his car and his what? Do we pay for that guy's kids' clothes? I remember asking my mom that one time. Like I was like, so who pays for Raymond's clothes? Raymond's like the preacher's son. She's like, well, the preacher does. I was like, okay, but you said we pay him. Yeah. I was like, so do we buy Raymond's clothes? If we give more Sunday, does he get better clothes? And we had this little talk, and at the end of it, I was like, "This is a fucking scam. Raymond's getting this money." I thought that because they give the kids the money to put in the play, like it's like
let you be a part
Kyle,
of it.
Be part of it. You put the money in the little gold plate as it comes around. And I thought I was giving God some ones because he needed that shit. I thought he was up there making something happen.
He's a stripper. He does shit for once.
He does shit for once. Look, every little bit helps. All right. And when I found out the opposite, I was blown away. That may be when I lost my faith. That or when those old men started speaking in tongues, and I was just like, bro,
that's pretty bizarre.
My dad yells at me when I do that at the table. Like there's no way that you can get away with it here in front of all these adults.
I remember I went to a church with a friend when I was very young, and they went to one of those speaking in tongues churches. Wild. It was wild. And I think it might have even been a slow day. I only saw like 2-3 people tonguing out, and it was like it was a lot for like a 7-year-old, because I was used to like regular boilerplate church where the main concern as a 7-year-old is like, if he doesn't wrap it up soon, then me and Alex and the neighborhood boys, they're going to get home from their church first, and then they're going to get the good side of the creek for our airsoft fight, or like whatever the concern was. But yeah, that was a different day. I was kind of transfixed on it and like, what? Whoa, what's this guy?
Did you guys sing and dance?
No, there was no dancing at any church I went to, but there was singing.
What did y'all do in there? My God, did you do handbells, choir?
No, if we were just out in the audience, it was just singing and clapping.
You go to Sunday school first and then like the main service? Did you do the whole thing?
Yeah, we would have to do that sometimes. And that was, that was brutal as like a 10-year-old, because Sunday school was like an hour and then church was an hour. And then my mom would like stand around and chat with all her church friends for like another hour. And so then I'm like getting home at 2 p.m. and it's like, well, most of my Sunday is gone now. Like I was not a fan of that. Wendigoon, I love the mustache. It looks
Thank you. I appreciate that. My wife's a big fan. Just you and her, though. Everyone else hates it deeply.
Oh, what? Not your audience doesn't like it?
Oh, I've had so many comments. You look like you're like the guy who had a white van in the 70s. You look like you coach a little league team get a little too into it, stuff like that.
You look like Rhett Butler. Come on.
There you
that's
go. Yeah.
Sexy. All right. That's old fucking school. That guy. That's the kind of man who owns a plantation and puts his wife in line. That's the mustache of a powerful man.
This is old money. It's an old money
mustache.
That's
an old money mustache. And you know what?
The bananas from all the South American plantations I own that are ethically sourced for sure.
Ethically sourced bananas.
Of course.
Well, you know what? Keep the mustache. A lion does not disturb himself with the beliefs of sheep.
So I like that. That sounds like a guy who got arrested for like public indecency, what he would say.
Yeah, I don't know.
A lion doesn't concern himself with the concerns of sheep. Sir, this is a school zone for the last time.
That's the bumper sticker right next to like the sovereign citizen bumper sticker.
Yes. Kyle brought that up, that your most recent video was, he said it was about sovereign citizens. I was praying, because I haven't seen it yet, that it was you doing sovereign citizen shit, but it's probably not, right?
Like me, like getting
pulled over and saying that you're a naval vessel.
That would have been a really funny bit, other than the jail time that would be associated with that attempt. Yeah. So I got beat to death on the news.
Is there any truth to these sovereign citizens?
Absolutely not. They it's comedic. It's like the QAnon level of like there's a secret war happening underneath the pavement of DC and they're shooting at each other and stuff like that. It's like that, but for legal systems, like judges and stuff like that.
Okay.
It feels like it should be possible to exist on this earth without like being a part of somebody's rule set. Like you can exist in the water, right? International waters. You can be on a sailboat. Not really too welcome anywhere, just doing your own thing. You are the king of your own boat. But here on land, it doesn't happen that way. Is there any place?
I agree with you. It is their reasoning for why they should be allowed to do that makes me upset.
Okay.
In a vacuum. Because like their whole thing is that the reason they're a sovereign citizen is because the United States government does not exist. And it's actually a corporation that is an extension of the UK. So any law that exists in the United States is just maritime law or admiralty law, because we're just like a military extension of the British Navy. They have reasonings for this, like the reason that American flags have gold fringes on them in courtrooms is because it is an extension of the British Royal Navy, or the bar that lawyers are judged against is short for the British Accreditation Registry. So they have all these like secret conspiracies. No. I
don't know what it does stand for. It doesn't sound right.
I've never questioned it. I don't think if it's British Accreditation Registry, I will register myself as a sovereign citizen.
That would be so funny if in your research you were like, wait, what? I've been paying taxes for no reason?
So much sense.
Yeah, I could just wear an admiral hat and walk around free.
It doesn't stand for anything.
It's just
a metaphoric bar that you have to cross or get over.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what they want you to think.
Good for them being creative.
Yeah. I've watched a lot of sovereign citizen stuff, and I've never seen anyone successfully use it as a defense. What I have seen is people use it as a defense, and the judge say, well, there was no probable cause for this whole thing to begin, so you're free to go. And they're like, ha, sovereign citizen wins again. And it's like, no. Like, you didn't win, sir. We lost.
Yeah.
like you moron. And then I've also seen those guys who are like, I am the individual known as Kyle. I am traversing the roadways, but I am traveling. I am not traversing the roadways. I am a free man.
Yeah.
Right? Yep. I am Kyle. You were speaking to the vessel Woody somehow. Like, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So the idea with that is, since the United States is a corporation, the reason we are a corporation is because at some point in history, and it's debated when this point is, most say the Civil War, others will say like 1933 when we left the gold standard. At some point in history, the United States ran out of money. So in order to leverage ourselves for money, we began to use people as a credit system to other governments like Great Britain. So rather than having money, we just have loans that we take from other countries every time someone in the United States is born, based on the potential income they can make across their life, which as they make that income and pay in taxes, that tax money goes to the UK or whatever government actually owns us. So because of that, whenever you're born, your birth certificate is effectively a bill of sale that is created, establishing you as an entity that is just a piece of leverage for the United States government to use. I know this all makes so much sense. So because of that, on a birth certificate, if you'll notice, your name is written in all capital letters. Whereas you, the person, Woody, Kyle, Taylor, your name is not typically spelled with all capital letters. This is how they get you.
Yeah.
Because the version of you that is in all capital letters is not actually you. That is the corporate entity that has been assigned to the leverage of Great Britain. Whereas you with lowercase letters is you, the actual person.
Yeah. Makes
so
sense.
Therefore, if you can separate yourself from yourself, all capital letters business entity, then you are entitled.
I saw him do it.
Yeah.
I'm your witness.
Is that why my birth certificate after my name says LLC?
They hide that one on you. They sneak that in there.
That's sneaky. It's very small text.
If you're able to separate yourself from that corporate entity, because you have figured out their game, you are entitled to all of the money that corporate entity is leveraged against the other government. So you can sign off on your taxes, on checks, on any paper documentation to charge it to your social security number or to your name in all caps. And that is your tricky way of letting the government know that you're on to their scheme.
Like this is one of those, this is like a conspiracy theory, except there's like a whole judicial system whose job is to prove that it's false. It would be like if there were an anti-Bigfoot society that could send you to jail every time you piped up about a Sasquatch. That's why you would imagine this would die out, because every time some loon pulls out his little 3-ring trapper keeper binder out on the highway like a 4th grader and says, no, actually, I don't need car insurance or registration. I'm fucking traveling, not driving. And then they knock his goddamn window out, drag him through the glass and throw him in jail. And he's like, what happened? And then they take him to court and they have like 8 professionals explain it slowly, incarcerate him, fine him successfully. And then he comes back out of that situation.
If I were a judge, I'd have fun with that. I'd have fun with that as the judge and be like, throw him in the brig. And he'd be like, no. Like, so you know it's real. But like, I know it's easy to make fun of, and it is retarded. But can you imagine a higher level of like joy and carefree, just lightness than in that first month before you're caught and you're just committing check fraud? You're just you think you've got the world by the balls. You have the best month of all time, and then you get pulled over for, you know, driving 85 in a residential area or something, and you get arrested. That would be a fun time.
What they'll do is, because sometimes you'll hear stories about them getting away with it or winning in court cases, because their favorite like half of the sovereign citizen thing revolves around paperwork. Like, it's about paperwork about your full name. Never refer to yourself as your name, because that's your legal entity. Refer to yourself as the person existing on earth, as known as John, son of Smith, or whatever, rather than just calling yourself John Smith. You can never say I understand to a judge or to a police officer, because that is declaring yourself as under the standing of the legal system. You have to say things like comprehend. Like, there's so many little nitpicks like that. They love to focus in on minutia of things. And the way that they'll get off of like legal things sometimes is they'll get pulled over for like a speeding ticket or running a red light. And they will fill the local court systems with more paperwork than that court system has ever seen. It happens in like small county departments a lot, where someone like runs a red light, gets pulled over, and then a week later, every individual of the county has been subpoenaed by some lawyer that they've hired from Alaska. And now like the court has to individually say no to all of them. And then all the police officers will have like these tax reports filed against them by some unknown entity. So what happens is these small police departments that can't do anything about it just let the guy go, because the alternative is they work for a year and a half and then win $200.
Okay, so it seems like this works if you have time and you stay in small towns.
Like what he just described could almost be done absent of the sovereign citizen argument.
Correct. Yeah.
You know, like you could do, I think they call it the nuclear option sometimes with lawyers, like really just flooding them with requests. It's often done. You send the opposition all these little requests. Oh, we need this file, we need that file. But instead of sending a list, you send 10,000 requests, and they got to process them all, and you run the other guy into the poorhouse trying to answer them all and pay all that court costs. But like that would work without pretending like you're an admiral or some shit.
Okay, well now you're just a criminal. Where's the fun? Where's the flavor?
The FBI,
I'm wearing the hat.
I'm wearing the hat.
The
FBI Lord Nelson things like
as paper terrorism. That is their term for it.
So paper terror. So they're just like dossing someone.
It's like paper DDoS.
A little dramatic.
Yeah.
It's paper murder. It's like murder, but not.
It's like not at all that, but it's bothersome.
Actually, we threw in a word there for drama that's not really related to this.
I don't know. I would love to see a video of somehow the perfect storm occurring and one of these guys like getting off because of some obscure naval law. That doesn't seem at all possible because this is all made up.
They do. Well, what they'll do is they will take words and excerpts from actual legal stuff, but most of the time it doesn't apply. Like I saw one guy in court quoting the Magna Carta, and it's like, okay, that has nothing.
All that.
That was no one even uses that for anything. That was like a concept book. But the best one, and the one that gets used a lot, is there are like black supremacist movements who tie onto it. The Moorish Science Temple specifically. So they believe every black person, or at least themselves in the United States, to be descendants from ancient Moroccans. And one of the first documents in United States history is something called the Moroccan Friendship Treaty, which was in like 1780. John Adams signed it. It was an agreement of trade routes between the United States and Morocco, effectively saying we have good standing for open ports with each other. Which, fun fact, is the still longest existing treaty in United States history.
Our oldest friend, Morocco,
our oldest friend. Well, so you hear that and you're like, oh, okay, there's some legitimacy there. But this is a document from the 1780s that say we have good standing with trade routes. So Moorish Science Temple sovereign citizens will take that to mean that any Moroccan citizen, which to them is any black person that they say it is in the United States, does not have to abide by any United States laws because
is that what's been going on this whole time? I feel bad. I've been holding it against y'all. I'm so goddamn sorry.
Dude, do these guys have a podcast I can listen to? Or like, because it seems like the funniest. Do these guys have like a rivalry with the Black Israelites where they're like, we're the Jews, and they're like, no, we're Moroccans.
So that's the best thing. There is so the sovereign citizen thing actually starts from Christian nationalism, which was Christian identity, the Christian identity movement, which was a white supremacist group that popped up in the 50s that said white Europeans are the actual Israelites of the Bible, God's the whole chosen people or whatever. You have one side that thinks that they are the true Israelites and another side that says that they are the true Israelites. So it's like
that's how I know we're the good guys, Taylor, is because like we don't make up any bullshit like that. And look, I know Jesus was a Jewish carpenter and he looked brown. I know he had an afro, and I bet he was 5'6". I bet Joe Rogan was taller than that dude.
Like, think you saw thrifty?
I bet he was ugly. I bet Jesus was fucking ugly, dude. What I want Jesus to look like is Wendigoon. I want Jesus to look just like Wendigoon, not the stat, the beard though. Like I want him to be a handsome white guy with blue eyes. But like we had some of them blue-eyed Jesuses on the wall at my church. I went to a Church of God. We were talking about it before you got here. You know, we did tongues. We had the choir going. I was in the handbells. I did everything in the church there for a few years.
Was it because did you try a more important instrument and were you relegated to handbell?
Oh no! You misunderstand. It was a handbell choir. It was like 25 kids all with and like.
Oh.
Children singing wasn't brutal enough. Children singing with handbell choir like this. This is auditory terrorism.
Church of God, Taylor. Handbells is step A. That's their top of the line.
I'm not familiar with Church of God and their specific beliefs. What like spin-off are they? I'm sure Wendigoon
would know better than me because I went through it, but I had nothing to compare it to, so I don't know.
From my understanding, I know Church of Christ better, and I used to think they have similarities, but I actually don't now. They came off of like the holiness movement in the 50s, if I remember right. They're not as far down the path of like spiritualism as say Pentecostal or like holiness denomination churches. Yeah, but they're kind of this weird midline of like not quite faith healer, but also not quite like Presbyterian Methodist, like, you know, like formality to the worship either. I think it was just like a weird split because there's not many of them. I think it was like a weird splinter that came off during the 50s when like all the different denominations started to spread out across the Southeast.
I felt like it was the blue collar church, whereas the big Baptist church was the white collar church. Like there was a really fancy Baptist church, but that tiny town, Woody's been there in Livonia, Georgia. Woody, I think there's 5 churches in that town. I think there's like at least 5 churches.
That is 5 more than that town.
I would need to like check out mentally for a minute and like do a mental drive through my old hometown to like pick them all out. But I think there's like 5 churches with a population of 19,000 or something like that. Like it's nothing.
Was the Church of God the closest church to your house?
No. We drove past a couple churches to get to the Church of God. Look, again, brutal. Very small town though. Like we're talking about a 7-minute drive versus a 5-minute drive. You know,
did your parents ever tell you like we go to this one because of XYZ? We don't go to the Baptist church next door. We drive 35 minutes to this one.
Well, my dad was like he didn't get along well oftentimes with it seemed like the husbands of my mom's friends or like those little like cliques and stuff. Like he would be real protective of my mom, maybe a little too jelly sometimes, I think. And I think that he could like mess things like that up. I know that I never got to be a Boy Scout. I was only a Cub Scout because some of those Cub Scout dads were looking at my mom too much. And my dad was about to be a Bear Scout and whoop somebody's ass.
Okay, so you were more a Church of God guy because you'd been kicked out of the Lutheran.
No, not kicked out. We hadn't tried out the Baptist church. I don't mean that. I just mean that one seemed to be the more white collar church. We went there occasionally, but it was usually that we were a guest of someone. The one that we went to was my grandmother's church because we were going to like be with her for services because they went every Sunday. So we went every Sunday. My dad did not go. He could be drugged there maybe once a year, but you could tell there was a fight beforehand and after. He did not want to go there, and I didn't want to go either.
It's important to put up a fight, even if you know you lose, to make it less apt to ask for it next time.
Yeah, my dad had a really bad experience, I think, with religion. His brother died of cancer. Like a very close brother died of cancer, and they went to a faith healer somewhere. Not a faith healer. I guess it kind of is. They went to one of those churches where they do miracles, because it was like
that'll do it. Yeah,
this guy was dying, and it was like he wanted to go. So dad like flies him up to I don't remember where, but he said the preacher's like, "Who believes in the Lord?" And everybody like raised their hand. I believe in the Lord. Who's got $100 for the Lord? And it's like dad's like, you got to pull out $100 because like you don't want to be the guy without $100 because everybody pulled out $100. You know what I mean? And like it was just this whole bullshit healing scam like that. I'm sure probably like gave them a little bit of hope when there was.
Dang, man.
So I never really talked to him about that, but my guess is that's why he didn't want to come to Sunday school at the Church of God.
That would sour you on
They come on too hard when they steal your cat. I have a similar experience in that when Hope was a little kid, we got her into this Catholic preschool, or maybe it's a Catholic kindergarten, and we wanted her to go to that school 1 through 8. Well, the way this school worked is kindergarten was like a tryout to see just how much gosh darn time, talent, and treasure they could extract from you to see if you are the kind of person they want in 1st through 8th grade or whatever it is. And sure enough, we're there fucking basket weaving and Habitat for Humanity and giving them cash every week. They're like, it doesn't matter how much money we give you, how much money you give, only that you give regularly. And oh, by the way, you don't just put money in the tray that they pass around. No. We're going to ask for your routing number and your account thing so we can make withdrawals directly from your bank. And I'm like, the fucking kind of...
My wife doesn't have that information.
And dude, it was just such a... God, I'm upset to revisit this topic. Like the thievery that those Catholics had was criminal in my mind, and the brainwashing that I'm sitting around here. The guy, the preacher, had no value. He was 1,000 years old. I couldn't understand his words. It was just a test of endurance that all those days of detention in high school had prepared me for, to sit through this lecture. And I don't know. Basically, she was like first on the waiting list, which I took to be like, oh, they got a fucking whale on the hook here. Oh, you're one person away. Got any more of that time, talent, and treasure? And I'm like, suck my fucking dick. We're out. We don't want anything to do with your school. And they're like, okay, we have a spot. And I was like, you didn't hear me. Finger in the ass. It's how I like it. Some of this is paraphrased a little bit.
That's the boldest approach I've ever heard. I know tons of people who go to church, and like I've never heard one person tell me like, yeah, it's just part of tithing. You give your account and account number and routing number. Like that's insane. Every church I've ever been to is like they pass that little thing around.
When people see me ferociously anti-church, you need to know I didn't start that way. My family isn't that way. The church made me that way. This is what is their what is it? They reap what they sow. This is what they sowed in me. Those fucking criminals were like just for nothing. They gave no value. They extracted so much. You know how much goddamn money I raised for them and gave and there's never enough. They're evil people who will go to hell if there is a hell. That is the fucking Catholics.
Right at this moment.
It's the world's largest child raping organization. That's what they actually do. That's the value that they provide. They put penises in children's mouths, little boys. And I'm not for it. I'm not for it. Now, Dr. Disrespect might be your favorite streamer. Maybe he's your guy, but I'm against that kind of thing. I don't like aspiring pedophiles.
I think you're painting with a pretty broad brush here.
But I'm not down with the child sex, and I'm not down with the Catholic Church, which are one and the same.
I saw an article today. I think the Catholic Church is poor-mouthing or po-mouthing, as they say.
Po-mouthing.
Po-mouthing. Woody, you may not know, that's when someone pretends like they're low on cash. They come around po-mouthing, but you know that they've got it in their back pocket, and they're being. So the Catholic Church is crying that their donations are down, membership is down. They're low on cash. I looked it up. 170 million acre real estate empire. They have an investment portfolio of over 15 billion, and this is 2 years old. Like,
good gosh,
crazy. They own their own country. Did we forget that?
They do. They have a nice little cutout, and everything's like marble and super nice.
Oh,
Dude,
I've been there.
All right, look,
income wise,
there's
highest
3
GDP
places in the
world.
world I would love to go. All right, so like 3 or 4
per
places I'd love to
capita.
go. So I'd love to go into the bowels of the Pentagon, to the old parts of the Pentagon, and see what's in there. I bet there's some crazy shit. I would love to go to Fort Knox and get the real tour and see if there's any gold left. You know what I mean? See if we didn't just give that all to China 30 years ago. Maybe that place is fucking empty. And I'd love to go to the Vatican. I'd love to go deep into the bowels of the Vatican with some old wizened priest and his boy, and like the boy's holding the lamp and limping from whatever. And we go deep. I want to find, like, is the Ark of the Covenant is there? Is the spear?
I bet they got it.
Is the Spear of Destiny in there? Like, is the real Shroud of Turin in there? Like, what's in there? Is there something in there that would make me believe? Because I'd love to believe. I always say that. Like, I don't like the church, but I'd love it if there were a God. That would be swell. Wouldn't you love it if there were a God, Taylor? And you knew that, like you and your family would eventually be together forever in paradise with, like, God? I would love. I want that so much.
Yes, yeah. I think there's a desire in everyone, pretty much, to want.
I also would like to be Master Chief from Halo, though.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen.
You're
in your mid 40s.
Hey, okay, with advancements these are the Spartan program. A mid-30s man could definitely hack it in the core. Okay, I'm not saying I could be Master Chief level, but I can handle my own. All right.
Well, you could turn this around in the next 3 years. I think you've got a chance. I think you're close.
Oh yeah.
What is the oldest you could be to join the military? Is it 37?
It's definitely 30s,
military, right?
Yeah.
And ours, there's
if you're combat focused.
To join though, like if you go to a recruitment place, like there's got to be a cutoff. I would guess 30, 34.
Oh.
I mean, but if you want to be like a JAG, like an attorney who works in the military, like there's no way some dude who's like 43 is applying for that job, and they're like, oh well, you can't.
It's funny you said 43 because the Air Force and Space Force, it's 42. So you're right. Army's 35.
Yeah.
Coast Guard's 41. Marine Corps 28. Navy also 41. So it's higher than I thought.
There we go.
See, the problem is I was going to be a Marine.
Yeah.
And I missed it by, you said 28 by 4 months.
The problem is
darn it.
The problem is I'm a felon, so
that's okay. We need dangerous people.
They'll take you.
You would think they'd say, "Oh, I bet you're crafty."
Dude, if they made a Suicide Squad and you tried to, if they made a Suicide Squad and you tried to join, there'd be like the most monstrous murderers imaginable, and then you'd have to like come up with some sort of stolen valor because you couldn't tell them that you got mailed a mild drug in the mail.
FBS rush.
Hey, Myers.
Squad.
Myers, how'd you end up in this hellhole? I killed 50 man. You're like,
I almost wanted to make up a fake thing in real jail, but then I was afraid they'd check my paperwork and find out that I'd lied, and the lie alone would be, they'd be like, oh, if he lied about that, maybe the paperwork is a lie too. Like, so I was just like, yeah, I'm a.
And they just assume you're a child molester.
Yeah, well, no, they assume I'm like a stoolie, a stool pigeon. I'm in there to watch and take notes and shit. Because the other guy that's in there with me also, he's like, Ninja, I got caught with so much weed, you don't even know. How many pounds was it? He gets his paperwork, and it was like not a ton, but like half a ton. It was like he got caught.
Like 1,000
I thought you meant
pounds.
not a metaphoric ton. Like it wasn't a lot by my standards.
The people in federal prison for marijuana are in there with a ton. They're not in there for an ounce. You know what I mean?
And then Kyle.
No one else had an offense anywhere near as weak as mine, except for maybe the gay guy that was. He had an ounce of cocaine, which, if you know, that is a ton of cocaine. So I know.
I thought you were saying he was just in there for being gay. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
No.
2 cans of being
It is Georgia. It is Georgia.
You know? It's Alabama prison.
Clearly. Lock him up.
Yeah.
Right?
Your dog's barking. Being sinister.
Yeah. Well, I had a thing I wanted to say, and I lost my train of thought.
Was it about sovereign citizens? Was it about church?
Weed. A literal.
Was it about weed? Kyle being in the Suicide Squad, but he doesn't even get to be the cool shark man. He's like the bitch that they make fun of. And I'd be the bitch too. I'd be the bitch too in the Suicide Squad.
I'll
And
be passed around.
Look, the real Suicide Squad's kind of lame if you think about it. You know, like I feel like I'd hack it with some of those guys if they give me a gun. That one guy, Polka Dot Man, like he's only good like every 6 hours when he charges.
Yeah, but that's a crazy power.
Will Smith's character.
Give me a rocket launcher.
That's basically you're describing Harley Quinn at that point. That's what she does.
Oh, I beat the shit out of Harley Quinn. Like the idea of her like doing that whole scene where she beat up all those guards and she's got the spear or whatever. No way. I could beat the shit out of Margot Robbie.
Dude, Harley Quinn doesn't even have powers. All you need is like a bunch of weapons and then like a goofy outfit. So like pick your like if I carried around like a belt-fed machine gun and I was dressed like Friar Tuck, like that's effectively what Harley Quinn is. Kyle, you're muted somehow. Something came unplugged.
Two of the main characters in Suicide Squad are just regular Joes with guns. I don't mean regular Joes. They're like super trained assassins or whatever who trained from birth. But
so you could do that then because you're a way better shot than 99.9% of people.
Yeah, but they shoot bullets out of the air and stuff, and that's magical. So I definitely can't do that. You know what I would be good at? Like no joke. Like not even use my own horn. If I was in Ukraine, I'd be the dude to give the shotgun to shoot the drones down. I'd be like, don't give me a machine gun. Give me a fucking 12 gauge. Like, I'll be on drone duty. Just like, because I could shoot those drones out of the air, no sweat. Like, I've done it before. Like, I've shot drones out of the air before. It would be that's what I would be good at, 100%. I almost wish, like, I kind of want to do
skeet shooting.
Yeah. Skeet shooting so much harder. You know, they're coming in at like much faster, much weirder speeds.
Yeah, but you predicted flight path for the clays.
Depends I suppose, but the drone's kind of coming right at me, and it's screaming, and it's big. Those drones are big. They're like
I didn't realize that.
I mean, they're bigger than a sporting clay.
I think the New Jersey drone story will fade away, and we'll never get an answer, and it'll turn out to be mostly nothing. So I'm on Reddit, and people post pictures of their drone sightings. 100% of the time, people identify what it actually was, get the tail number, tell you when it flew. It was not even a drone. Every damn flying thing, helicopter, airplane, etc., gets not just, that's not a drone, I don't believe you, like literally disproven to show what it was instead.
All right, so here's what happened. Here's Kyle's version of this drone situation. The U.S. military said they lost them over the ocean. The Coast Guard says they were chasing 13 of them out in the Atlantic Ocean and lost them. So I think early on, something was happening. Someone was testing their drone fleet, maybe Amazon. Maybe it was an adversary. Maybe it was the U.S. military. Maybe it's a little bit of a false flag to get some new legislation to make it harder to get and fly a drone. But I think what definitely happened is that only lasted a day or two, and that's not happening anymore. That's bullshit. That's a super old photo. That only
Zach falls for everything, and he's our fact checker. He's like, it's been leaked. They're looking for a nuclear payload from Ukraine. That's in the chat. I'm like,
it's not. Sure? That's the other thing.
Who says that?
So let me quickly throw water on that A and B. Explain what that is. There was talk of a quote unquote broken arrow scenario. Terrible movie with John Travolta, by the way. If you want to catch it, don't.
Agree to disagree. Wonderful movie.
I won't see it.
Shit tier. And broken arrow is the code for we lost a nuclear weapon. And so if that were to happen, they would send these drones around that can sniff for the nuclear.
That should
material.
Be Operation. Shouldn't be.
But that ain't going on either.
Operation guys, we lost nuclear warhead.
Operation guys, I'm gonna level with you.
Well, we looked it up. We've lost either 6 or 7 nuclear weapons, and we still don't know where they are.
How do you do that?
Well, one time we just dropped one on South Carolina accidentally. Yep. Like just dropped it on South Carolina. We never found it. We dropped a nuclear weapon on South Carolina and didn't find it, Taylor.
That's bad news. You like to think these things are pretty sewn up.
If I found a nuclear warhead in my backyard, I would never tell anyone.
I'd keep it. Hope I get powers, but really,
my house would be like Megaton and Fallout. We'd be charged up with that thing. But anyway, so here's Kyle's version.
Power to shed your hair.
Something was going on initially because there's some weird videos that I've seen that don't look like anything, and there's the military saying these things over the Atlantic, etc. I think something happened. Whatever that was is not happening anymore. But what is happening is that everybody who's got a drone in the country is saying, let's send it up and fuck with people. Let's mess with somebody. I almost bought a drone just to do that. I literally like it got me interested in drones again. I was like, how much are they? I bet they're cheaper now. I bet for $1,000 I could really fuck with some people. I put some like those streamers like kids have. Like I bet I could put some of those and like a blinky light. And
put a scary like Halloween mask on the front of it.
No, you fly it up high and make it wiggly and then film it with an iPhone so it's all blurry and shit. And like, oh my god, did you see that thing?
Oh, you mean you were gonna stage your own videos?
Yeah, stage some videos, like throw them up on X.
I thought you meant like low and fast flybys of like barbecues.
No, then you'd see it's just a fucking drone. But I don't think it's aliens. I don't think it's any of that bullshit. But I do think that first day something was going on. The U.S. military, you can see, are flying. I can't remember the name of the airplane that the military has. That's its job is to find maritime threats. But they're going up and down the East Coast with that thing, and they've got like the military beefed up its presence. So clearly, the higher ups in the military don't think it's nonsense. They think there's something going on that needs to be looked into. But I think that 99% of it is people like me who are like, I got a drone. Let's send it up and mess with everybody. Let's be part of this. Because they're like, we're seeing them over Ohio now. And this dumbass on MSNBC is like, there are some drones that, yes, could fly from the Atlantic to Ohio. It's a long way, I understand, but with refueling. I'm like, what are you talking about? What are you, you're making that up. Who is refueling drones over like Kentucky to get to where again? Ohio? Everybody's being silly about it.
I'm not one of those guys who's really good at identifying all the planes. I can tell you if they're pointy military or roundy civilian, but that's where my expertise ends. And but I do know those people. Like I'm in a community of people, the paramotor pilots, who just are plain geeks who know them, and they're always debunking shit like this. Like they can see the lights in the dark and be like, that is a fucking Thunderbolt 124, whatever. So it's the stuff that I see is regular planes and helicopters getting misidentified as something nefarious. Is there also something nefarious? Maybe like Kyle said in the start, there were some.
It seems like the kind of thing Isaiah would know a lot about.
Well, I'm a conversation away from like just painting Chinese letters on the side of an RC plane and flying it by people's barbecues really quick.
Do it.
I think that would
do it in your banana shirt with your fucking mustache, like in eyesight.
and then you just see all these accounts that are like pray every day, MAGA 2028 or whatever, that are like, it's real, it's all real. Like,
it's aliens or it's North Korea, or actually, I don't think anybody thinks. I don't even think
China.
The wildest conspiracy theorist thinks that North Korea could
Trump
even
talked about
field.
No, he said the government knows what it is. The military knows exactly what it is, and for some reason, they're not telling you. I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty accurate.
I would believe
this
they know what it was.
From the guy who said he's not releasing the JFK files anytime soon. So,
no, he said he saw them, and Rogan was like, "Why didn't you said you were going to declassify them, and then you didn't?" He's like, "If you saw it, I saw you. He wouldn't want it declassified either."
Yes, exactly. Like, shut up. I hate you.
What are you talking about?
Just declassify it.
So mad. I heard that I'm like about to flip something. I got so mad. I'm like,
dude,
what are you talking about? What does that even mean?
Joe Rogan has talked about Epstein 6,000 times. And then he has Epstein's old friend on his podcast and never brought it up once. Like, that was kind of lame.
Fair. I mean, I agree. I would have liked to have seen, even if in his shoes, I'd have been like, Mr. Trump, I can't wait to have you on. We got to talk about Jeffrey Epstein a little bit, though, right? Like, even if it's just from the angle of what was that guy like, and then I let you start talking. We got to talk about this. That's how I would have felt about it.
Even a softball
he talked about
would have been
Bill
better than
Clinton and Epstein again, hundreds of times. I don't know, just as like a known fact. And then you have Trump up there, who was literally Epstein's friend. Like, even Trump supporters recognize those two were good friends at one point. And everyone knows, we heard him say out loud, like, Epstein likes women as much as me. He on the younger side. That guy loves his social life. What did you know? When did you know it?
He said that when? That was like back in the...
It was a while ago. Before like Epstein was
right?
Radioactive.
Yeah, I would have loved that. I would have loved to hear more. Rogan had this ex-Navy guy on, a pilot, I think. Could have been Air Force, doesn't matter. He's bald, white guy. That guy was the driest interview I've ever seen in my life. I hated it so much. He was asking about the drones, and Joe was like, who better than a fucking Air Force pilot? This guy has some I think he's also into that, the idea of extraterrestrials, perhaps. So it's like, man, this is the expert. he would spend 15 minutes saying, I don't know. You know what I mean? You ever catch one of those where it's like 15 minutes of I don't know? It's like, bro, just admit you don't fucking know.
I yell at my screen.
Yeah. Move over to the next question if you don't know.
I hate YouTubers who tell me what they're going to tell me. It's a pet peeve of mine. I go bonkers. I'm like, I'm 50 seconds into this video and you're still telling me what you're going to tell me? Cut it. Put all this on the editing room floor and just tell me.
Yeah, and then you check and the video's 10 minutes and 4 seconds long, and it's like, okay, you son of a bitch. That's why you're like,
you did it again.
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace.
Dude, okay. I look on our own show, like I really hope that we start like what I consider content within 15 seconds. Like, hey, this is us, this is our guest, this is the sponsor, and it shouldn't be more than 15 seconds.
I agree so much.
Using bad words.
I watch a lot of content. Like I watch a lot of video game tutorials, and I'll dip my and as I move on to, I'm playing like 3 or 4 different games right now, and so I'm going to these various communities that I'm not familiar with, and I'm like who's the talent here? Who's the best Stalker 2 guy? Who's the best Helldivers 2 guy? Who etc. And some of these people, I'm like, man, are you gonna get to it or not? Like, what are you doing to me right now? Fucking spit it out. Like some of the. It'll be a minute into the video and we've gotten nowhere. Nowhere. I hate you now. Like,
it's like
I'm like never don't recommend channeling you now. I'm hitting that button.
Like those videos where they spend 5 full minutes doing what you said, telling you what they're going to tell you. But even worse than that to me is when they spend like the first like it'll be like, oh, I need to find an AoE2 build order or like something that's I want to watch some survival video. And the whole first 3 minutes are like a dissertation on why they haven't been uploading regularly recently. And it's like, brother, I'm trying to consume the content of this video. It said Mongol 18 pop build order. And now you're waterboarding me with explanations of why you haven't been regularly uploading. Like, no, I'm not coming to you anymore.
A little tip for anybody out there who makes content. If you ever take a little break, when you come back, don't mention it. Don't fucking mention it. Best case scenario, the comments are full of, where were you? Oh, in a free interaction. Oh, lucky you. Get to the cut to the chase. Because a lot of your audience doesn't fucking care where you've been.
Yeah.
They didn't notice you were even gone. Like, you're not that important. Nobody is. It's your YouTube content creator. Get to the content.
I have another tip. One that I could listen to myself. If your audience fusses at you, don't sit there and go back and forth with the people that are fussing. It cultivates that kind of audience. It elevates the complaints about you to, like platforms them and lets everybody know what your weakness is. And as a guy who's not fussing at you, I don't want to have to endure like how you don't like being I get it. Humans just aren't wired, most of us anyway, to have like 100,000 people tell us what I think of you, right? It'll start to get under your skin. It's needed. People aren't wired for that. But shut the fuck up about it. Just pretend you don't hear it. That's what every single member in the audience is looking for. Do that.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Do that, and you'll cultivate a friendly, wonderful, just funny guy fan base like we have online.
Speaking of remember Syndicate?
Yes.
The winner of the great 1v1.
So quick.
The zombies champion. I was told yesterday that
he said you answered that so quick. Yes. So Syndicate, I saw he talked about us, right?
No, I have no knowledge of that happening.
Someone linked me a clip.
What do you say?
I didn't watch it, but I saw I saw it in passing on my phone while I was working out, and I'm like, I'm going to come back to this. And then I didn't.
2014.
But it was the comment that came alongside it said that he was basically like paying, like PKA got brought up, and both he and the other hosts were like, oh, those guys are like total OG like gaming podcast guys, and it's like, okay. That's
all right. Well, I won't say that's I was going to say now.
I made all that up. So what you're going to say?
Stand up guy.
Yeah, I have to hear. I simply must.
Cool guy. Had a great night with him one time in Los Angeles. It was real fun, dude. Love Syndicate. Tom, as I call him, because we're friends like that.
I don't know. Dude, I have a different topic. I think you might like that. Have you followed the Tim Kennedy drama at all?
The professional fighter?
Yeah, so Tim Canning's a professional fighter, also well known as being, I think he's literally a Green Beret. Like he's
in Seal, I think. I think it's
Wait.
Seal. I could be wrong with that, but
I could be wrong too. I'm not 100% sure. But anyway, he's gotten a lot of attention lately for stealing valor. And there's like a ton of evidence about it. So I'm going to put my opinion out there, which is he is the realest deal that there is, right? Like he really is a Green Beret, Navy SEAL, like whatever it is that he is. Like he really is a special forces guy. He is actually doing it. He has kicked doors down to the worst of the worst guy. Like that is all true. However, he took the truth, which was already an A+, and turned it into something that is just fiction. You know, people are like, really? You threw 25 grenades through the same window? Who does that? Who sits there and launches 25 grenades at a bad guy? He's taken stories that were actually the stories that other people did and made them his own, you know, where like he was in the room when this amazing thing happened, but now he's retelling the story as if it was him who did the amazing thing, which is a bummer because I think it would have been a good story anyway. And he's wrong in that when someone's like, Dad, were you a hero in the war? And he's like, no, but I served in a company of heroes. That doesn't make you look like the non-hero. You know, it just makes you look like a modest guy impressed by his coworkers. He could have taken that route, but instead he's like, I was the center of this story. It was me who did the things. He said he had a Purple Heart, never got a Purple Heart. And then people are like, dude, what is this? We have your DD 214, maybe. I'm not a military guy.
Yeah.
His discharge papers, and they would mention the Purple Heart, and they don't. And he's like, he starts giving me a homework assignment. He wants me to go through all the photos and videos he's ever had and find bruises on his back. The heck? Like what? What? You are the most photographed fucking Instagram fitness model that I know. Don't you have pictures of your injuries? You photographed everything every day. You were constantly in front of this camera, you know, playing up what you did, and you don't have any photos of your Purple Heart injuries. None. Maybe because it's as bullshit as half the other. He wrote a book detailing what a hero is, and now all the people who dig into stolen valor stuff are just disproving it piece by piece by piece.
Yeah.
See, that's interesting because something that's happened recently is Special Forces guys have been doing a lot of podcasting, and it's been doing really well. It's like a new sector in YouTube, and there's and because some of the most hardcore motherfuckers are turned out to be kind of charismatic, and it's like, oh, so you're the real deal, like John McPhee, dude. Like look up John McPhee, McPhee. That guy was the sheriff of Baghdad. That guy was on Rogan. He's done a bunch of stuff. His story.
American singer-songwriter John McPhee?
Nope. Look for you're looking
incredibly
for
well accomplished.
He was a Renaissance man.
I see him now. Actually,
Songbird of Afghanistan.
He's right about his name. It's John, sometimes called Shrek McPhee.
Yeah, his nickname was Shrek in the military. He said it was because he picked something heavy up once with exhibiting retard strength, and they were like, "You're like Shrek. You're like an ogre." And he's like, it just fucking sticks. But he tells these stories about killing people. He made fun of the I don't know if you've ever saw that movie about the Navy SEAL who gets left behind and the Taliban are chasing him. It's called maybe Marky Mark was in it. It's
I saw it. Yeah.
Lone Survivor.
He's like, I watched that Lone Survivor movie. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? 7 Taliban? Me and 3 other guys would kill hundreds a day. That's what you got to understand. I'm not talking about dozens a day, hundreds, plural.
Yeah.
One day I killed
my friend Kevin and an AC-130 would kill thousands of these guys.
No, that's what they do. They were calling in fire missions, and like him and 2 or 3 other guys were killing hundreds of people a day in the Battle of Tora Bora.
My closest friends.
Yeah. Me and my buddy AC-130, we fuck them up.
Me, Kevin, and the Grim Reaper of Death.
And actually, based on maritime law, I get credit for the kills of the AC-130.
Of course. Because someone's got to call him in, am I right?
I got to call it in.
I never looked into the specifics, but I remember the Lone Survivor movie, or like that story got a ton of criticism about like the way it was told. It was something about like The story makes it seem like they were picked off one by one, where in reality it may have been more of like they got ambushed and a bunch of them died. Which, if that's the case, I could be completely wrong, and if I'm wrong, I don't want to be corrected. But if that's the case, like if I went out with my boys and they all got like mowed down at once, like before they even had a chance to fight back, I may come back and be like, "Oh, you should have been there. You should have seen them." Like the valor they showed, rather than like, yeah, they got decimated.
Yeah. But Tim Kennedy was, to me, the first one, because he was obviously with UFC and everything. He was already kind of a celebrity from that. And they were like, "Oh, you don't even know. That's the real guy." It almost reminded me of like Mirko Cro Cop, how it was like, yeah, that guy's a badass in the ring, but he'd kill you if you were out in the street too, right? Like he probably knows some knife technique. He could probably break your neck. He's special forces operator. Like he's a bad motherfucker. Or some sort of like SWAT they had in his country, and maybe Croatia. I think that's where Mirko's from. Yep. Like he was a killer. You could see it. And Tim Kennedy was kind of had that same energy, but to find out that maybe he exaggerated about some stuff, it's like there's some stuff that it's like, I don't know, the military stuff. They've got a name for telling a lie about that in particular. You know what I mean? Stolen valor. Oh. You made that. And it's just like, I don't know. That's extra scummy. There's something awful about that, because you didn't just lie about a baseball game or it's not
a fishing story.
Like Dave didn't make it back, bro. No. Like, why didn't you give him this?
Stolen valor is free speech. And I shouldn't have to no longer walk around as Green Beret Taylor because this guy's fibbing.
That's true.
I served honorably. I did find all 4 of his like claims that are under fire. You were like 100% correct. It is called DD 214, Woody. So you nailed that. Shrapnel stories under fire is he described pulling shrapnel from his body during combat, but peers denied the injuries occurred. The Purple Heart thing, no record of it, like he said. The grenade tails. Apparently, he claimed to carry 50 grenades and used them frequently. And this was
50?
By...
It's like 75 pounds worth of grenades. Those things aren't light.
Too many grenades. It's too many grenades to lie. It's like, it would be like being asked, like, in 9th grade, like, so how many girlfriends do you have? Like, 2,000. Like, no, we wouldn't have even believed one, Ted, but don't shoot that high. But yeah, 50 grenades and then exaggerated achievements. He says that he got honors from Ranger School, and there's no record of his honors, and also there's some pushback on a lot of his how much he dramatized combat scenarios.
They weigh 14 ounces each, by the way, those M67 grenades that he would have been toting.
50 of them. That's insane.
Yeah, he's not carrying that because he's got body armor and ammo on top.
Can you imagine the visage of someone jogging with 50 grenades attached to them? Hey, can you stop? Hey, every one of the fucking Taliban knows where we are because you're fucking jingling and jangling all over the desert.
It's like a Christmas tree. Yeah, they're tied in like strings behind him, like dragging across the dirt.
Dude, it'd be hilarious if other people hung grenades on his vests like a Christmas tree, like just ornaments and shit.
As he's running,
he's our grenade
popping out, and they're just
yeah, they fall. He hung them by the little ring.
Yeah, there's one dude in Tim Kennedy's platoon. He's like, I fucking hate this guy. Like, just.
He didn't suggest he carried that many. Like you could absolutely.
He apparently claimed to in his book, Scars and Stripes.
Maybe 50 in the truck.
Like and did he say? Yeah. And also, like things can get twisted if you don't know.
Sure.
Like maybe he meant 40 millimeter grenades. Maybe he's using a Mark 19 and he sent 50 through a window, and he used to do that all the time, which would be very believable. Mark 19 is a great launcher that's mounted on a truck. He goes bump, 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 shooting grenades. You could easily send 50 through a window.
Excessive through the same window.
Well,
no,
the building.
No, I like really? when I watch how
49 won't get it done. Like,
well, the idea is a lot of the times it's like
he has 50. He's gonna use them.
What are you gonna do?
It holds 50. No, I've watched a bunch of that GoPro footage from Iraq and Afghanistan. And it's like, depending on who's fighting and how they're fighting and what they're doing, like they dump ammo. It seems like there's a lot of spray and pray in real military fighting. There's so much less. There he is, shoot him, and so much more. They're over there, shoot. Like there's so much spray and pray, and maybe not spray and pray as much.
You might
as
just call it
spray and-
suppressive fire, right?
Yeah,
Because they're just trying to make sure that they don't feel comfortable shooting back.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That McPhee guy would talk about like someone running a checkpoint in the Iraqi streets and some 18-year-old ranger letting loose with a 50 cal. Up. He's like, there's tracer rounds skipping down the fucking street 500 yards, skipping through cars. People are jumping out of the way. We look, he's wasted an old man and an old woman who are too fucking stupid to stop for the Rangers. I'm having to make him give them morphine. I'm like, shut him the fuck up. He's like, I can't give morphine to the enemy, sir. He's like, does that look like the fucking enemy? Like his stories are hardcore. Like it's just death and mayhem. And he says it all with a smile. Like he's a psychopath. Like he's clearly like a psycho. Yeah. He'd be like, I think I'm a normal guy. And Joe's like, you are not a normal guy.
You are not a normal guy.
You are not a normal guy.
You just like laughed in the middle of your story about some kid blowing the brains out of some elderly Afghan couple.
He did.
I can't remember the name, but who's that comedian right now, real famous? Gillis, Shane Gillis.
Yeah.
Shane Gillis talked about this guy on a podcast. He's like some old World War II vet who carried a flamethrower in like Iwo Jima, and every time he talks about it, he's like, yes sir, I remember the smell of barbecue on them as their ungrateful souls went to eternity. And he's like smiling through the whole thing, and it's like, this guy's not okay.
Everyone else is like just dead-eyed, so traumatized by it. This guy's like whistling on his way to work.
Yeah, I remember like there was one interview he was in where the interviewer was like, does this weigh heavy on you? And he was like, no sir, I miss it. I loved every minute of it. Like
sometimes I flash back when I go near Sarku, Japan at the mall. It just reminds me of that flavor. There's a unique scent to the Japanese when they burn. Tempura almost.
They would smell different.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what like guys in Vietnam talk about. They'll be on night ops, and it's like they could smell before they saw people. They would smell like the like there's this rice they would eat that stank really bad. Like they would smell like it coming through the woods before they saw them or heard them.
Have you ever seen the interview of the tunnel rat?
No.
Which one?
So it's the one he's sitting at his like dinner table. It looks like it's filmed in the 80s or early 90s. It's VHS quality, and there's a female interviewer asking him about being a tunnel rat in Nam. Tunnel rats, for those who don't know, they find a tunnel. They're like, oh shit, VC tunnel. He crawls into it head first with a handgun and a flashlight and works it out. He's like, VC smell different. They eat that curry and them spices and that their VO. It smells spicy. I can smell a gook. I'll be in the tunnel and I'll be able to tell if it's an old tunnel or a fresh tunnel. And I come up on him with the pistol, tap, put him down, move his body on, crawl on past. He talks about having a necklace of ears and a special chopping machete he altered for taking heads off, and how they took his chopper and his ears away at customs, and he's upset about it to this day. And she's like, if you could go back, would you? Oh, I'd still be there killing if they'd let me.
Is he fibbing? Because when he says, oh, I could tell it was a Vietnamese guy, you're in Vietnam.
But there shouldn't be any. He's crawling in a tunnel.
A little darker and their eyes are pointed on the side.
I like to imagine the Vietnamese are in their tunnel and it's like, oh, I don't understand how they find us. Every day we eat sour fish paste soup. Every day I eat stew and they find me.
There was a guy who used to work at the gun shop in my town, and he was like decorated in Vietnam. He was a riverboat gunner, and he would tell me some crazy stories. But one of the wildest he told me that I still think about all the time is he's in Vietnam. He was sitting outside of a village that they had set up like a security position on. And he was on the M60, and he was sitting there like laying down next to his gun, and he was picking dirt. He like found a nail on the ground and was using it to like pick dirt from under his fingernails. And then he hears footsteps and he looks up, and like 5 yards in front of him is a villager who ran out with a rifle. And he said the villager stopped and looked at him and said, "Are you going to kill me?" And without saying anything, he grabbed the gun, like jumped on it and fired and killed him. And telling me that story, he said, I had completely forgotten about that entire instance until 30, 40 years later. I was back in Tennessee helping my son build his house. and I had some dirt under my fingernails, and I picked up a nail, and as soon as I touched my skin, I remembered all of that. And he said, the thing that bothers me most is to this day, I don't know if he said that in English.
Yep.
Like he can't remember if like the guy actually said, "Are you going to kill me?" or he said something in Vietnamese and he understood it or interpreted it to be that or remembered wrong.
Oh, it was probably English.
He said, "Hey, are you Dave?"
Hi, I'm Alan. I'm new.
He turns the corner. He's like, "Oh, thank God, I'm the American spy."
They shot me down 6 years ago.
I'm too soft. There's no way I'd be able to forget something like that. Like it would.
Oh yeah,
but
he told me
softness
some
makes you
stories.
forget, right? Like that's the idea, right? That maybe you're traumatized by that moment and your brain seals it away like scar tissue. You know,
maybe
if you're hard like this guy that you're talking about, the old World War II guy with the flamethrower, Walter Philippek, he delights in the.
You remember everything. You remember what it smelled like. Yeah,
he remembers what they smelled like. He's like, well, some of them Japs that have grenades on them didn't really want to take them prisoner, did you? And it's like, yeah, it's fine. Probably just shoot them from 50 yards away and keep moving. Like the first time some piece of shit that I was trying to show mercy blew my buddy up with a fucking frag grenade. We're not taking any more prisoners after that. You know you're not. Your buddy? Nah.
Dude, Asians in war, the Japanese, the Vietnamese, like they do that grenade shit. They trick you. They are sneaky. They're blowing themselves up. Like I imagine that like back in the day, like England and France are warring. They're like, oh, you're prisoners of the Queen now. Like all those French guys, I imagine being like, well, this sucks. It is over. Like they didn't like try to blow them up or like whatever. Like they were kind of like, fuck, we got. The Europeans didn't have that intensity. They didn't have that drive, that need to win.
I mean, the Japanese were hardcore, you know. That's that so committed when you know they're sort of had a religion around that emperor. They worshipped him as a demigod, and so his word was sort of law. I mean, it was law. Even when he surrendered, he never said the word surrender in his address, and he also spoke in like the high version of Japanese, like whatever the fancy version is that most people couldn't even understand. So like they listened to it and they were like, what? Not a lot of people who listened to the Emperor Surrender radio address even understood what it meant. It had to be explained to them afterwards.
You think about it, Japan's the only reason it was World War II and not like regional conflict 3000. Because without Japan, we wouldn't have got sucked in, and it would just be Europe
Italy entirely. I
battling
more from you.
Well, they're in the region, you know. They're in the European region.
I was just calling you Italian.
Yeah. I was just nitpicking.
I would say if Japan never got involved, there would eventually be some kind of attack because. Like the kind of joke is that Hitler was furious when he found out that Japan attacked the U.S., right? But in reality, he was like historical records point that he was like thrilled about it because it's like, good, the Japanese are fighting them, they'll strike. Because it's not like sure, we were going to leave them alone while it was a conflict within like France and Germany and stuff for the most part. But if Britain was like invaded and taken over, I don't think that our whole like, keep to the new world ideology would have lasted that long, especially because like Hitler's eventual plan was like world domination, maybe a bit extreme, but at least European domination, right? He was like one of the last emperors who thought to conquer the world. I don't think he would have left us alone eventually or someone else. And honestly, if Germany had the capability to take over Europe and we didn't do anything, then maybe us fighting them would have been a lot worse. So I don't know. I think maybe it still would have been just not as quickly.
Roosevelt ran on the idea that he kept us out of the war, right? He was pretty old.
And then immediately put us into the war.
Well, initially, until
put us
Pearl
in the war
Pearl
after
Harbor,
Japan
Pearl Harbor,
attacked.
right.
And I can't help but wonder if he would have kept, done that sort of isolationist policy and let Germany do whatever. And I'm not so sure if we weren't attacked that he would have gotten involved.
I believe it was the idea of joining the war was incredibly unpopular until Pearl Harbor. Because everyone was like, dude, it's Europe, dude. They fight all the fucking time. Like, let them do their little battles and not our problem. And then Pearl Harbor happened and everybody's like, nah.
It's interesting that Italy and Germany declared war like the next day or so. Like they didn't have to. They could have left the onus to the United States to declare war on them. But because as soon as they do that, we initiate the Germany first policy. We're going to take whatever it was, obviously Hawaii, but like maybe Wake and Guadalcanal and triangulate Japan and hold them at bay. But we're taking Germany first. We're winning Europe first was the plan. I think if it had gone any other way, I think the future is really dark because the Manhattan Project needed to happen. We needed to get that nuclear weapon first. I don't know that happens if we don't get drawn into that war. I think the Nazis get it. I think the Nazis have Europe and the nukes.
I do not see a scenario where Hitler wins Europe and then is satisfied, right? Especially not with the advancements in science and stuff like that they were making. I think it may have been after after FDR. I think it may have been sometime later. I think eventually Germany does something against the United States. And then, like Kyle said, at that point, we may not have been as much of an arms race as much as it was, oh no, they have weapons.
What about current events? Do you see a scenario where Putin takes Ukraine and says, all right, that's all I wanted. It's cool.
I don't think we let him take it.
I don't know. I don't know if Russia has the capability to do what Hitler tried to do just because of the way tech's advanced and stuff like that. Would he want to take more? I would say absolutely. Would he have the capability or like the means of doing it? Probably not. But
it seems like he does baby steps, right? Like he took Crimea, rebuilt. Take more of Ukraine. If we just say, hey, like Kyle said in Civ, you want peace? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now this becomes our land. Now we solidify. Now we have armed forces.
All of our troops can advance. And now we've got all those long range missiles making it hard to advance to the front lines. You declare peace in Civ for that reason, the video game Civ. It's like, oh yeah, thank you for peace. I've got 10 turns to mass my forces on your border. And then we'll begin a new war, one which I will be in the stronger position. You're going to be fucking rebuilding your dams. I'm going to be massing troops. It's what that war needs to end with the Russians getting some land and the Ukrainians getting some assurances, whether that's their own nuclear stockpile back or joining NATO, which I think is a terrible idea. Something's got to happen so that they believe there will not be a third incursion, into their territory in 5-6 years. Although you got to wonder how long Putin's gonna live. I
think he's younger than our world leaders. He's like a spry 71. But yeah, I don't think that. I just think the world is so different now, and Russia does not have the ability to project power outside of their own direct region. Like NATO is a thing, and if they step foot in Poland, it's fucking over. Like we've talked about this 1,000 times. Like we blow them out of the water technologically, militaristically, fill in the blank. Like they can't compete with us. And so the way you would immediately destroy Russia, if Putin's goal was like, yeah, I'm going to immediately destroy Russia, invade Germany. See how that goes for you, dumbass. You will immediately be slapped down. You will be decimated.
Dude, I got so much respect for the Poles. I don't think he makes it to Germany. Like I think Poland's hard fucking core.
Yeah, or try invading Poland. Yeah, try invading Estonia or Latvia or Lithuania. One of them.
All right. Well, hang on a minute.
That's a bit much.
Try invading the Vatican. They will f you up, man.
They will. There's like 7 guys there. They're dressed in the rafters.
Yeah, Latvia's over there, and Taylor's like, "Go ahead, take them." Kill them. Kill all of them right now.
like the overselling. Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and
wipe them off the earth. I'll turn around. You go ahead. I won't even look.
I have no fear of Russia.
I think the reason
feel like they're
Russia,
so far behind us.
the reason Russia, and I'm not a political expert at all, but I believe the reason Russia is in the position there with Ukraine is because they can be, because Ukraine is one of the countries that defense force wise was beneath Russia, and somehow they're in the position they are. I think Russia tries what they're doing now with any established nation, and it's not going. Could you imagine if the United States tried to take Puerto Rico? Like if we really wanted to, like how fast
we do that
would
in an
happen.
evening.
Exactly. You wouldn't even hear about it. It would be like
it'd trend on Twitter for 4 minutes, and it'd be like, I guess we have that now.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, Puerto Rico's like a what do you call it? A territory. So like, right?
See, look how fast that was.
Yeah.
That's like that guy. That guy's like, he's like, I have the power to make you forget you were gay. He's like, but I'm not gay. See? He's like,
that's funny.
But I never was.
He should have said it's not working. That'd be funny.
It's not working.
No,
Damn,
I'm feeling it. If anything, kind of like double down. I'm feeling it right a little extra.
Are you sure this is working?
I'm gonna go get a boa.
Again. Yeah.
But
a boa.
Realistically, I think that Ukraine is the one, and then like I feel like some Latvias would have a hard time and stuff like that. But other than the Balkans, I feel like this does. Yeah, would he want it to? Absolutely. If you were to tell Putin he could push a button and be commander of the world, sure. But I don't think that it's in the cards.
In fairness, I would do that too. I'm
push
sure
the
you
button.
Would,
Taylor. I bet you would. What's your first order?
We're transferring a lot of players to the Blues. A huge amount. I'm wasting
Taylor, what about
resources.
World economy and militaries? Shh, I'm doing a draft team.
Shut up. It's like, well, the military, President Taylor has gutted the military in order to fund the most technologically advanced NHL team of all time. It'd make January 6th look like a cookout. When people showed up to depose me, I'd be hanging from the Lincoln Memorial. A record 4 hours of power, and the tyrant is dead.
In an unbelievable bipartisan move, everyone came together to hang him from the White House.
In history, I'm known as the Great Uniter. Because everyone, I start treating it like Monopoly, where I'm like spending money to buy Greenland, and then I get hooked, and then I'm like buying Switzerland, buying Italy, buying all sorts of different countries. That would be sick.
It's like that joke that if like Hitler died in like 1936, he would be remembered as one of the great uniters of Europe, one of the great people who like rebuilt the economy, brought the people together. It's when he got a little too eager.
Dude, literally. Yeah, he dies 1937. Everyone would be looking back like,
not even
what's the excuse for our shitty economy?
Exactly. What a
Adolf
hero.
Hitler got it done, and then he tragically died of a brain aneurysm in 1930.
I think he could have gone even deeper, because I think, all right, if you don't do the Holocaust, if there's no Holocaust happening in the background, he could have taken a huge chunk of Russia and made a peace deal with Stalin, and he could have immediately made peace with France, and everybody would have given him peace and let him. He would have been able to keep so much territory. He'd have been like the third largest country in the world all of a sudden, and everybody would have been chill. And then especially if he turns on Japan and becomes the good guy, Hitler could have been looked upon very fondly. I love the idea of like the multiverse, because I want to go to that place where Hitler was a chill guy and he didn't do the Holocaust, and he's remembered as like a golden hero of
Kyle's like, out of every multiverse I could go to, I want the one where Hitler is a revered historical. That's my pick.
Because so many of them, they hate the guy,
you care so much about
as they
GDP.
should.
He's desperately invested in that. Yeah, you don't know that about him.
This guy's making fucking hockey on the moon. I can't have a little fun with Hitler. Hey, come on.
Everyone would have enjoyed.
I thought this was a free country. I thought I could do it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I can have a little fun with Hitler. It's a nice Hitler, even. I told you the Holocaust doesn't happen.
Well, in my version, he's special. In my version, he's not.
I like that. I do think it's one of those. I love World War II, and I like poring over it, and I just never understand why he had to invade Russia when he did. I know he needed oil and he wanted those oil fields, but he just didn't make any sense. So it's just like dividing his forces the way he did and outrunning his supply lines.
Cold out there.
It was almost like he didn't know what the fuck he was doing, which is probably what happened.
You think he was talking over some generals?
Absolutely.
There's
a hilarious story. There's that hilarious story about his fucking lack of sense of humor, where he tells the guy to swat a fly in the military war meeting. He's like, swat that fucking fly. Hitler does. And the guy goes, actually, I'm a Marine or whatever. You want to talk to Dieter over there? He's Luftwaffe. He's Air Force. Making a cute little joke. And Hitler sent him to the front lines in Russia.
Now that's, now I don't like that one bit. You're souring me on this guy. First you tell me about this Holocaust thing.
Of humor out of this dude? What the heck?
That's a good joke, right? You can imagine it getting played.
That is a good joke. And that guy was like, I'm going to make the Führer laugh. It's going to be a good day. He's going to, smile. He is notoriously difficult to make smile.
Mm-hmm. He got home that night to his wife, and she's like, "So, what did you think of my joke?" He just starts wailing on her.
Well, honey,
40s beatings.
We are moving.
Pack your coat
to the Italian Riviera. No. Close, relative to the moon, but not really. Yeah. That would suck. That guy shot a shot. Hitler was humorless. No joke.
That's
like
that.
That joke. I feel less bad for him when I remember he was a high-ranking Nazi general. Guy who had to have made that joke. A little less bad.
Solid. I like it. Wendigoon. What's your take on the Mario United Healthcare CEO situation?
That is so fun. I thought you were about to be like, what is your real take on Hitler? Like, let's get down to brass.
Thumbs down. Next.
That's bad, right? I think murder bad, right?
You're simplifying it. Carry on.
I am simplifying a little bit, but running over some details and stuff like that. I understand being upset. I understand fury to that degree. I've had a bunch of family who have had intense problems with healthcare and stuff like that. I get the anger of it. I do not know how much a move like that is actually in any way righteous, because what it feels like to me happens there is you're killing someone because you're angry, right? Mm-hmm. And what ends up happening is that guy's dead. And obviously a shooter, anyone who agrees he should die, thinks of it in the larger form of like, well, his family, his personal life didn't matter for the greater good. The same way we would see assassinating a political figure, like forget the soul, forget the people, family, stuff like that. It's hard for me to step over that unless it's really justified. It's got to be like a Hitler level scenario, right? At the same time, I don't think that anything is accomplished by that, because all that happens is a new CEO steps into power and the giant machine of the healthcare industry keeps marching forward. I don't think killing this guy, I would love for healthcare in the United States to become better, but I don't think killing this guy is going to solve any of it. So what I think it will ultimately come down to is a murder because someone was angry, and we have hundreds of those a day. So
I'm on the other side. I just to lay it out from my perspective. I have long maintained that if you could get a superpower of being the world's best surgeon or the world's best assassin, that you could make the world a better place with your assassination skills, right? Assuming you have a heart of gold, you're going after, the future Hitlers and the worst actors on the world, and you somehow have judgment, but it's probably far better than my own. But killing the right people can have a greater impact for good than just being a great surgeon who heals people who, are sick at the time. And while I agree, if it's just this killing, this story ends in a few weeks and no change is really made. But if we start going after people who are genuinely evil, if we have a class war instead of a culture war, right? I don't know why all the guns are aimed at trans people. They have no power. If we aim them at the people who have power and use it to do evil things, could the world be a better place? Is that the change we actually need? Is that the emptying of the swamp? I
don't want to come off as I don't think any historical violence is justified, right? Because I think there have been points of violence in history. The times that kings were usurped and revolutions and stuff like that, right? Like, I don't want to. I mean, I'm American, right? The whole reason this country.
To me, that's what this is. A king got usurped.
Here'd be my question, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know anything about this. The CEO who was shot, what was his name?
See or something. I'll look it up for you.
Whatever that guy's name is there any history? Do we know of any like thing that he has done to make healthcare, harder to get or a more complicated process? Like, has he actually done any wrong? Or was Luigi just upset with the company and decided to shoot someone at the company?
So his name's Brian Thompson. And at this point, I'm a little worried I'm consuming propaganda and that I'm repeating it on my show. Like you hear the thing about how he was using artificial intelligence because the actual humans who were reviewing claims couldn't get over their empathy and they were paying bills. And he knew that the AI had a high error rate that would reject things that shouldn't be rejected, but it was good for profits. Is that even true? I don't know. I mean, it's a little convenient, and I read about shit like that on Reddit, which is a way to get misinformed.
I know United did that, but I don't know if did he implement it? Is that correct?
So what I know about it is that the rejection rate was apparently like 36%, which is almost double the normal rejection rate. So AI aside, something was wrong. AI is almost, if the AI was doing it, it's almost better. You know what I mean?
They said the AI increased the rejection rate. They said, right? I don't know how good my sources are. I want really good, reliable sources that have been vetted, and
I want to hear from Wario.
So, but
this is just the beginning.
Dude, I don't know. You want to empty the swamp? I don't think voting in Trump is how you're going to empty the swamp. Maybe I'm biased. Prove me wrong. I hope you do. But
you could do a whole. I'm sorry, I interrupted and cut you off, Woody. But I'm just picturing Taylor as Mario. Dude, you'd make an amazing Mario if you just went with the mustache for a while.
I could. Kind of a slight to Wendigoon right here.
You're like
has a mustache.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
He's clearly a Luigi, dude.
I'm a main character. And you were saying my idea of kingship was gay and dumb?
I'll be honest. I always played Luigi. I thought Green was just a cooler, slicker, skinnier guy. I wanted to play him.
He's a little more levity in Luigi.
I'm sorry, I cut you wrong. I'm sorry, Woody.
It's all good. I think I got it. I was probably going to start repeating myself anyway. So yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. I think this is a bad person the planet got a little bit sunnier the day that he died. And I don't know who should be next.
Here's my question.
Whoever takes action has great wisdom.
So I will
that.
If after this happened, healthcare companies around the world started effectively saving more people, right? I understand that healthcare systems in the US have to exist because things cost money, right? A lot of it more than it should. But doctors, equipment, medicine, all that, it costs money. There has to be some way of doing that. The fact that it is a $1 trillion industry is inexcusable. Sure, I understand it'd be big, but the people getting that rich off of it, I understand the upsetness, right? If tomorrow all of the healthcare industries change tone, and if United, right? If United specifically gets better and starts to not be as predatory with their business, then there may be some ground to it, right? However, I think what would probably happen, it would be the same thing if the CEO died of a heart attack or was in a car accident. Someone just replaces them and nothing changes.
Yeah, business
thinking
as
about
usual.
The heart attack is the next CEO needs to watch his cholesterol, not his back.
I understand what you're saying.
Gunshot. The next CEO says, "Oh, one downside of the AI double rejection software we're thinking about implementing is someone will try to assassinate me for killing their mom."
Hey, Patel, can we put your name on this shit?
And the next guy, maybe it's Ali Khamenei, who's the leader of Iran, something like that. Whoever's doing some evil in the world, I believe in assassinations to make the world better.
I would say this. I would say you may be giving the CEO, whoever comes next, a little too much credit there. Because I think rather than thinking maybe I should be nicer, the lesson they'll take away is maybe I should be more protected. Maybe I should have guards or something. They learned the wrong lessons from it. And to a degree, I almost get it. Every now and then I'll make a true crime video and I'll have someone from the town that I made the video about be like, I knew that guy. I'm going to find where you live. I'm going to come beat your ass, stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. The lesson I take away from that is never like, well, I should stop talking about people and true crime stories. The lesson
yeah, but you're not
like,
really doing anything wrong there. This guy.
I'm not correct, but I'm saying scale that up. And you're like the CEO of these companies. You're like, well, I just have that. They use whatever means to justify it. I just have the interest of investors, or I have to keep the company running, blah, blah, blah. So that scales up. I don't think they're taking the right lessons from it. If they were, I'd be surprised, and that would be great. But I feel like whenever you use a violence against an establishment, the establishment just teaches itself to ward off violence rather than self-reflecting and changing the thing that spurred the violence in the first place.
Let me ask you this, all of you: if you were on that jury, would you be like, oh yeah, I never heard of this case. Oh, I'm impartial as fuck. You don't even know. Guns? I mean, I guess.
If I was on the jury, yes, I would do that. If I'm the actual me, though, like who's already talked about it on my show and stuff, I might as well show up in a freaking Luigi outfit so people know that I'm pro Mario and I don't waste time.
Pro Mario.
Dude, that'd be sick.
No, you can't just free some guy who's running around shooting people.
Really?
If I'm on the jury, I can.
If you're on the jury, you absolutely can. That is
other people. I love when we disagree. I love when we disagree. Yeah, I'm with you, Woody. It'd be a hung jury or whatever you call it, mistrial or something like that. I could probably do either. I feel like at some point I could wait till the trial was deep and then I could just ruin it and make a mistrial maybe. Or I could just wait until we were voting and create a.
I don't know how it works. Can you fuck with him a little bit? Like, I'm really not sure it was him who committed the murder, but I do see him jaywalking in this video. So
he's guilty on count 38. That's
usually like these sorts of events precipitate a significant sort of violence.
I'm sorry, Taylor. Can you start over?
No, I was saying that usually stuff like this, like it precipitates an increase in similar crime, like other assassinations, things like that. And I think I said on PKA, we talked about it, is like I feel differently. Like he murdered him, but like I do feel differently looking at it as like a healthcare CEO that implemented AI that did result in a lot of people dying, perhaps not even perhaps, definitely needlessly in a lot of cases, than I do if he just killed some plumber. Like obviously there's a different feeling there emotionally, but I when you encourage this kind of thing and you say like, yeah, awesome, like not all of them are going to be like killing healthcare CEOs. If you look at a lot of the communists online who like this, they would be equally happy killing regular millionaires, business owners, people they perceive to have what they deserve, people who aren't sharing the wealth. And so it's looking like Luigi, where it's like, they got that guy way up there. And then, I'm not rich at all. And so I have no fear of any of this. But like, eventually stuff like this tends to matriculate down and it gets more out of control. And that is a reality that needs to be thought about.
Yeah, that's true. It's why I delved into the hypothetical when I asked and was like, and this person has great wisdom, more so than I do.
Vigilante justice, it only works when the vigilante is a really good person.
Yeah. Otherwise it's crime.
Otherwise it's crime. Yeah.
Like literally all crime is committed with the idea that you want to make your life better.
Yeah.
All crime is committed with that idea.
Well, if we count some things as momentary, like right now, the second better, sure. It would be hard to say that things like, can I say rape on the show? Whatever.
Yeah, of course.
Rape. It would be weird to say things like that cause like positive effects for your life. It's more so just momentary, like take this thing right now.
But in that sick person's head, they believe that instance,
this is the thing they want.
They are believing something incorrect and immoral.
I'll give you that. Sure. Yeah. I'll say this for like the CEO thing. I also don't want to make it sound like I think that there's never a point where like, we're not asking anymore. I just don't know if this was that scenario. I'm in the position where like, yes, I agree with Taylor. It's hard to feel sympathy for him, but I also will say that a murder is a murder over something that I think ultimately was an act of vengeance rather than like a saving grace. Right.
Yeah.
I wish we could hear more from Mario. I know we saw him yell that people won't believe you.
I want that manifesto so bad.
I want the manifesto. I want to hear his thoughts and his motivations, and just to know if it is like a revenge. You didn't pay my bills. I'm coming for you. I have no point, I'll never get out from this debt. What was my life worth? Or is it, I'm trying to make this world a better place, and in my estimation, removing you is a great place to start.
Apparently he came from money.
I did hear about that, and it frustrated me because people are murdered all the time, and I don't see terrorism charges.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Compare Luigi to a similar case of someone who saw like a specific organization or body of people as being wrong and decided to start killing them. I would say Luigi has a lot in common with Ted Kaczynski, right? The Unabomber. Ted's whole idea was that technology is going to be the problem. He wrote about it in his manifesto, Industrial Society and Its Consequences. And there was a ton of stuff in there that he was right on the money about. He wrote it in 1995, and he says stuff like, there will become institutions of technology in which humans treat their social standing in these pieces of technology more important than their interpersonal relationships in day-to-day lives, and it will break down structures of family and community. And it's like, yeah, that guy was, batting 100.
No one ever calls him dumb. Yeah.
No one ever calls him dumb. Exactly. But he followed the logical conclusion of that and said that any form of society that causes that future to happen is bad. So we need to get rid of it. And in some cases, he killed, and a couple of the people he did kill are ones who it's hard to feel sympathy for. He tried to kill like people at Exxon who were responsible for covering up the oil spill, or like the lawyers who try to keep it. And it's like, yeah, we can get behind that. But then his natural conclusion to that was one of the people he killed was a manager of like a Radio Shack, like a computer store in LA. He put a bomb on an airplane that was leaving LAX because he was like, if we can start blowing up airplanes, that will cause people to distrust like travel highways, and that will cause a disillusion with it. And it got to the point where he started to send bombs to professors. He started to send bombs to like tech.
And he would get assistants, right? Like he would get secretaries and assistants sometimes.
Most of the people who were harmed in the explosions were like secretaries of professors.
And he knew that was happening. That's the other thing. He had to have gotten some sense, because you're going to do this. You're going to check the papers or the news, however he was getting his information, and make sure that it was successful. But he had all that collateral damage. And he continued. So
in his head, he was like, these are, acceptable, caught in the crossfire cases for my true goal, which is disassembling this potential maniacal technocracy that he wanted to avoid. And so like in anyone who's that, devout, that much of a believer of something like that, ideological, like you won't be able to be like, hey, you killed a secretary with that most recent one. He would respond to like, yeah, and that's a shame. And that's too bad.
No. The way he phrased it, because he wrote about it in his journal when it would happen, is that these secretaries and stuff were complicit. They were a part of the machine for even allowing themselves to be in that position. He only expressed frustration that he wasn't killing enough people, because most people who were around when the bombs went off were injured or maimed instead of dead. So he was mad about that, but never mad about who the target was. The way he phrased it when he posed the hypothetical of what happens if some people on airplanes or some people get caught in the crossfire, he said, well, you can't eat your cake and have it too. That's the way he looked at it. So I think a lot of the time with figures like Luigi, figures like Ted Kaczynski, every now and then they may say something like Ted talking about social media, like effectively predicting it 20 years early. Or you have like Luigi hitting someone who did a bad thing. Typically, the kind of person who is willing to throw away their life to end someone else's life isn't someone who's ideologically involved with like us or the majority of society, right? Yeah. Typically, even though they may, a broken clock's right twice a day, even though they may do something that aligns with us, I would imagine if Luigi had the chance to continue on and act this out, there would be a target that we wouldn't be so agreeable with. And then it becomes a question of, is this guy just looking to kill people he doesn't like? That's the case more than not.
Dude, the CIA fucked up. They could have, Kaczynski just could have been a guy doing math, and then they poured 4 gallons of LSD in his mouth. And they were like, "Oh,
the MK Ultra stuff is a little overpressed in his history, but it is funny to imagine that they just like wiped him.
This guy's brilliant. Let's freak him out.
Spook him real good. Yeah.
Turns out He doesn't do what we want. He's like totally lost it. All right, jot that
Mario
down.
didn't do any of the things that you're saying makes him bad. You're like, Ted Kaczynski was bad, therefore Mario is too. Ted Kaczynski is the future Mario had he not been caught. But there's no evidence of that. All we have of Mario so far is one very well-targeted act of goodness.
I would say you are right. I'm not saying definitively like Luigi would have been Ted Kaczynski. I'm just saying like compare him to a similar person of another case we have historically. And I am like imposing my own ideas about him a little bit.
Why don't you compare it to something like that guy smoking the child molester who had molested his son at the airport? Remember the dude fires that revolver shot under his arm from the payphone?
Yeah.
Gary, no.
Now
Dude,
that's
Why, Gary?
Oh,
That's a
thank
good
you.
shot. I always give that guy credit for that shot. That's a good shot.
Yeah.
it is a good shot.
Yeah, and that's a good example of what we're talking about.
That
Like,
is a
you
good
can
example.
identify that and be
It's
like,
the
that
other
was
direction.
yeah.
Because it's not like Gary there. Okay, hold on to finish the Ted Kaczynski thought. I'm more so saying that with Luigi, these are kind of where I think he was at. This is entirely subjective. I think he was more figure like Ted Kaczynski than he was like an altruist or like a John Fox figure. So I was saying Guy Fox figure or something like that.
Oh, from V. Is that his name?
Yeah, well, the
V for
real
Vendetta,
Guy Fox. Yeah. So V for Vendetta is like that's who the mask is based on stuff. The actual Guy Fox tried to commit the gunpowder treason to blow up the king, and he's hailed in history as being like a hero who tried to stop a tyrant. I don't know if that's what he's actually like, but to me, Luigi is more of like a Unabomber figure than he is like that. But I could be wrong. That's just my interpretation.
Yeah, we won't
know
know because we need to know the alternative future where he doesn't get caught to see who's right. I'm sorry, Kyle.
I was going to say this is. You mentioned Guy Fawkes. Do you know about the Chamber of Little Ease?
I do not know about that. What is
It's
that?
right
Can you
up
say
your
the words
alley.
again? The Chamber
The
of
Chamber of Little Ease. That is where
Okay.
Guy Fawkes was kept after the failed gunpowder treason and.
Oh, he was tortured like relentlessly, right?
Yes, it's a 4x4 cell. I think probably a 4x4 cube that he was kept in, so that you really can't sit or rest or do anything comfortable. That's why it's called of Little Ease. That's the. what's
Oh,
the
this
name there?
sucks.
Yeah, not a
He
good-
was 3'11" in all dimensions, and so you
Yeah.
couldn't sit, stand, or lay down comfortably. I guess you
They
could
kept him in there for a while.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but he should have lit that fuse, eh?
A chamber of little ease. That's underselling
I'll
this thing.
So, but to go off what you were saying, Kyle, because that's a good like counter idea. Is like I think his name's Gary Plosh or something like that. The guy who shot the dude, the teacher or whatever. Who
There's
molested-
also Marianne Bachmer. I got the video of her doing it here. So for those who don't know, this video looks like a movie clip. If you watch it without sound, there's music on it for some reason. It's a short, but she shot her child's rapist in court. Like,
yes, I've seen that one.
this
Yeah.
clip will look like it's from a movie, but it's her. Like you'll see a guy in the background react to the gunshots, and you're like, oh God, that's real. She just did that.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a couple instances of parents not putting up with that. I saw one recently where a woman had set her daughter's rapist on fire and burned him alive, I think.
Yeah, I think everybody's on board for that.
So exactly. So we have instances like that where that is, I would argue, a revenge killing, right? Like, sure, maybe kind of like cosmically, so they won't do it again. But in most cases, like these guys are in jail for life, whatever. They're not going to do it again. That's not what they're thinking about when they do it, right? It's an act of revenge for their child's sake. That's an act of revenge that, in my mind, like, sure, it may not be legal, but that is so justified to me that it's like, have at it, right?
Yeah.
Like, someone does that to your child.
It's like by natural law, it's something else.
It's like my existence.
almost like it should be a sentencing option. Like,
Yeah,
hey, Kyle,
yeah.
listen, one of the things on the table, should you decide you feel like this, is 15 minutes alone. You can handcuff him or
Can
not.
I bring Daddy's pliers?
You can bring anything you want. He doesn't have to survive this situation.
Daddy's pliers. That's all. I need.
Ooh, that's good. This reminds me. Do you remember my old punishment idea? Like 10 minutes in the chimp closet.
Oh my god! Was it all right? What was the option A? Option B was the chimp closet, and no matter what we made option A, nobody wanted any part of it. It was like,
nobody wanted the chimp closet.
I'll go fight Ukraine right now before you put me in a chimp closet for 10 minutes.
They're wet. They've been in there a while. They're not happy.
Why are they wet?
Because I want to upset them.
It's vinegar. Every now and then you open the slat and douse them in the face with vinegar.
It'd be hilarious. Brought in like a couple hungry Rottweilers and just left the room. Like, I don't know. I'm going too far. I don't know. I probably am not really for this, but feels like I am right now.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I can't shake that. Like, no matter how much you reason with me, it's like, should a parent kill the person that raped their child? Yes. And I don't think I'm coming off at that point. Because to me, that is such a visceral, violent, and personal evil that it's like, have fun. And I get this is what I'm about to say is an entirely emotional answer. I understand this isn't any objective value or anything like that. To me, I can't contribute the same level of evil to a CEO, even though if I was to break down the numbers and look at it factually, it would. Like, if he actually was
there. I get that.
Emotionally, I know I feel the same way. Yeah.
Again, we're talking about like I'm giving you, the golden goose example of when it's clearly justified.
Exactly.
It's like, you did what to my child? There's nothing to stop me. There's nothing that will stop me from getting you. But this guy was a CEO whose politics and applications he didn't agree with. Although we don't know yet. I look forward to seeing this trial happen, and I pray, and I never understand quite what controls how involved TV cameras are with a court proceeding. O.J. Simpson always bring up, we had the Johnny Depp, Amber Heard thing. They had cameras in there. We got all those great gotcha moments like that. It was fun. It was entertaining. Man, does this trial needs cameras. I would watch this a couple hours a day. I would subscribe to YouTubers who cover it. You know what I mean? I want to know what legal experts think about it.
Absolutely. I
want to be part of jury selection. Like, my God, this is fun. This is some drama stuff because it's bigger than the two men involved. It's this cultural class warfare thing that hits both sides of the political spectrum, and it hits the younger side even as it hits everybody. Like there's people from every walk of life except for Fox News hosts who understand this. You know what I mean? When I watch Fox, they're just like, they're so disconnected on this issue in particular. A lot of times I watch and I'm like, you tell them, that's how I feel too. But like with this one, they're like, it almost reminds me of them covering like choking and sex. A few weeks ago, I saw one of the ladies on Fox talking about choking and sex becoming more prevalent. And she's like railing against pornography. And it's like, who do you think your audience is, man?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is a little old on that one.
I would say that this is a scenario where I think the right wing, like talking heads, whether they be Fox News, Ben Shapiro,
Trump,
Dave Walsh, I think Trump too. I'm not positive on it. Matt Walsh, maybe I'm doing. But like these guys are all anti Luigi over there,
of course,
or Mario. I'm fucking it up, and it's so many jokes. I got he's Luigi,
but it's
he's
funner
Luigi.
To call him Mario.
Okay, yeah, they're all anti Luigi over there, but I don't think that's where the Republican population is overall. I think the whole American population is with this guy. Not, as a whole, the majority of Americans are with this guy, but not the right leadership.
He only needs one.
Dude, he'll have it's gonna happen. Like, it's in New York, right? Like, he's not gonna get convicted. Like, they will. You just need one, dude. There's gonna be multiple people on there.
I asked you to bet with me on this, to gamble with me on this, and I thought that I was taking the long shot by thinking that he would get off on this through some mistrial or what have you. But you're thinking you agree with me now.
Yeah, I've definitely switched over on it. Like,
you know what? I think they're going to be so.
Well, I don't think he's going to get a not guilty, but it could be like a hung trial or hung jury.
Yeah, it'll be a hung jury.
Yeah, I'm fine. I think he walks. I think there's a good chance he walks away out of that courtroom. And if he does that, then he's going to start doing podcasts, and that's going to be great.
Oh, I'll get him on.
I'll get him on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should have the fucking CEO killer on.
Well, I'll dress up as Mario when he comes on.
Yep.
Yes.
I'll need a fake mustache.
What if he's like just insufferable? What if he like he's just like not interesting? That was the one interesting thing he did.
That was it. It's like, you like games? Fuck no, dude. What a waste
He's
of time.
incredibly well read.
You like movies? Never seen a movie in my life. I read. Well, like any fiction? Absolutely not.
Mostly Japanese pornography.
One of the craziest things he wrote, and this is maybe what leads me a bit more to thinking he's a Ted Kaczynski figure. One of the craziest things he wrote was his Goodreads review of Ted Kaczynski's manifesto.
Okay.
And hold on. This is good reading material for a podcast.
Yes.
Hmm.
Luigi Industrial Society.
Yeah, start with how many stars he gave it, because that's
he gave it 4 out of 5. I remember that. Yeah,
4 out of 5. He thinks he knows better than the Ted. Because really looked up to him.
This is the review. Let me get the actual screenshot because this is a Reddit text post. I want the real one to confirm. Okay, as far as I know, to my current knowledge, this is legit because he had a Goodreads account where he rated a bunch of books and stuff, and he rated Industrial Society and its future. So, to the best of my knowledge, this is his actual rating. 4 out of 5 stars, which is funny. And then he says, clearly written by a mathematics prodigy, reads like a series of lemmas on the question of 21st century quality of life. It's easy to quickly and thoughtlessly write this off as the manifesto of a lunatic in order to avoid facing some of the uncomfortable problems it identifies. But it's simply impossible to ignore how prescient many of his predictions about modern society turned out. He was a violent individual, rightfully imprisoned, who maimed innocent people. While these actions tend to be characterized as those of a crazy Luddite, however, they are more accurately seen as those of an extreme political revolutionary. A take I found online that I think is interesting. Quote, he had the balls to recognize that peaceful protest has gotten us absolutely nowhere, and at the end of the day, he's probably right. Oil barons haven't listened to any environmentalists, but they feared him. Oh, wait, this is still his quote. Sorry, continuing. When all other forms of communication fail, violence is necessary to survive. You may not like his methods, but to see things from his perspective, it's not terrorism, it's war and revolution. Fossil fuel companies actively suppress anything that stands in their way, and within a generation or two, it will begin costing human lives by greater and greater magnitudes until the Earth is just a flaming ball orbiting third from the sun. Peaceful protest is outright ignored. Economic protest isn't possible in the current system. So how long until we recognize that violence against those who lead us to such destruction is justified as self-defense? These companies don't care about you or your kids or your grandkids. They have zero qualms about burning down the planet for a buck. So why should we have any qualms about burning them down to survive? We're animals just like everything else on this planet, except we've forgotten the law of the jungle and bend over for our overlords when any other animal would recognize the threat and fight to the death for their survival. Violence never solved anything is a statement uttered by cowards and predators.
I don't see.
Okay, so he looked up to Ted K a lot.
Yeah,
that last quote goes so hard, by the way. Violence never solved anything is uttered by cowards and predators.
That's fair. It's fair. I'll stick with him on that. But like, man, I hate the fucking fear mongering from the far left on the environment. Like,
okay,
I watch a ton of those YouTube docs about how the Earth used to be and all the epochs and the gigantic volcanic eruptions and the meteors that fell for 2 million years at a time, and like it never turned into a flaming ball. Through all that, it turned into, you know what I mean? Like the idea that we're going to make this place uninhabitable. We might make it a little sweaty. We might make like when you go by numbers of like in the trillions and billions, when you go by global scales, there might be decimal points of change one way or the other. We're not going to ruin this planet because we can't. It's too fucking big and we're too fucking small. And it's not like maybe if it was like what they thought in the early 90s and the population was just going to keep scaling up, but it hasn't. There aren't 10 billion of us. There's not going to be for a little while. And there's not going to be 25 billion of us anytime fucking soon, right? It's not going to happen. Like, we're not going to ruin this planet. It's a bunch of fear-mongering horse shit. And what I always say about the carbon emissions is like, I don't care what you do or what you say. We're pumping every drop of that oil out. And we're going to burn it, whether you like it or not, and nothing will stop that. I don't care if you come up with fusion tomorrow. You could have fusion energy tomorrow. Turn fucking water into electricity, and it's free. We burn every drop of that shit.
The problem with a bunch of the like predictions, the like climate, the like hysterical climate people make is like, it's genuinely like a pastor end of the world thing. Where now for a century, it's been like, everyone, if we don't do this by this date, in 1971, New York will be underwater. Oh, fuck, my bad. Well, actually, the coast of the Carolinas will be totally submerged by 1993 if we don't do... Oh, wait. And so it's just like failure.
Wrong, and it makes them lose credibility. Do you know I'm sure Kyle knows about it because he's talked about it. That great ice shelf that's where in Greenland or something that's going to fall off. You familiar with this?
There's an Antarctic thing, and then there's an Arctic thing. They're always worried about giant ice. I think I know what you're talking about. There's a very large, like Rhode Island sized chunk somewhere that might be breaking off. I remember a bit of that.
I've learned more about that. It's not breaking off as quickly as they thought. Shocked, surprise, surprise. Like to Taylor's point, these apocalyptic predictions always seem to be wrong. They said it was going to happen in 5 to 10 years. Now they're looking at it and they're like, it's not going as fast as we thought. You can picture a normal beach. There's an incline that leads to, the land, right? The beach is underwater. The water gets deeper. It's kind of wedge shaped. Cool. Well, at this place, it's not like that. It's like there's a decline and then there's a ramp and then it goes down again. And for that reason, once the water gets like over that hump, there's a big shelf that breaks off. And they're like, ooh, shucks, when this big thing breaks off and slides into the ocean, it will have a dramatic effect. It turns out that the water under that shelf stays fresh and colder, and it's not getting sort of washed away and mixed in with the general ocean water that would otherwise be melting it. And that is why instead of 5 to 10 years, they're talking about 50 to 150 years, because the warm ocean water that was expected to melt it away just doesn't flow that much there. It's all sort of self-contained in that.
And the other thing about that oil, we are not running out. Like the one thing I don't like in that man show, which is tremendous. The Billy Bob Thornton Landman show was great. He was like, they keep saying, they told John Hamm in this board meeting, they're like, yeah, this will make a fortune for you and a fortune for your children, but your grandchildren are going to need to look to, some new thing. And I was thinking like, you're really going to eat through all those billions by when one generation? That seems a little nuts, but okay. But on the other hand, I was like, no, it's not. Like that's bullshit. I know you're not a real oil man because it's horseshit. Every week they find more, and when they find more, they won't be like, look, a small puddle here. They'll be like, we just found like the third biggest supply of oil on the planet again. It's more than Saudi Arabia under Antarctica. There's more oil than all of Saudi Arabia under Antarctica. And it's up for grabs. Like there's some in the ocean around Antarctica, and it's weird how there's this pie graph. It's not a pie graph. It looks like a pie graph, but it's Antarctica, and it's countries taking making claims on the parts they supposedly own. I think it's Australia. What's at the tip of South America? What's that country down there? Is it Argentina?
It's Chile and Argentina.
Yeah, like one of them, and I think Russia has some claims. But my point is, we're not running out of gas. We're not running out of oil. We're not running out of coal. We just need to figure out how to make it burn a little cleaner. And it's not like I love that one like montage that the dude goes off on in Landman about all the things that are made out of petroleum, because it's not as gasoline. It's like everything that we touch. I'm looking around me, and all this shit is made of oil. Like everything around me has some oil in it. Like from lip balm to keyboards, it's all got oil in it.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the question.
Oh, I just want to real quick back
go ahead.
and then I'll hand off. I was like fact checking Kyle because I always do that. Right, fact check true. There's more oil, it appears, in Antarctica than Saudi Arabia, which is the claim he made, and there's almost as much as the Middle East region estimated, because they haven't found it yet. But more there than I expected. So I'm sorry, Wendigoon, carry on.
No, it's your podcast, man. No problem at all. I just happy to be here. So, Kyle, with what you were saying about like you don't believe that there's like actually that much of a threat or something like that. Here's the thing, and this is to bring it back to Luigi, right? What if you did full-heartedly believe that the earth is dying right now and we've got 10, 15 years to figure it out and there are people who are killing it every day? Would you not then feel at least a little less guilty about someone executing a CEO or like a Ted Kaczynski or something like that?
No, I looked at that like people who take out abortion clinic doctors and stuff like that. I just see it as wrong morally, you know, like I see where you're coming from.
Even if you thought that like these guys were about to destroy the earth, right?
Yeah, of course. If I genuinely thought that there was a grand conspiracy to destroy the earth, but what do we do without the oil? Like it's do you want it to end now or in 150 years when we're all dead? You know, like I say, keep burning it now so that we all get to enjoy life. Like, you know what I mean?
We'll be on nuclear by then.
Well, my point is this, right? A lot of the time with these figures like Luigi or Ted Kaczynski or something like that, the righteousness or justification of whatever the actor is doing most often comes down to their own perception and understanding of the world, right? Take like killing a healthcare CEO, like 95% of the country can get behind that, right? But then you take like people who own oil companies and businesses, it's like, you're getting a little closer to 50-50 there.
Can I jump in on just 1 minute? Like, to say that those people can get behind it, they can get behind the idea of it. I noticed on the news, they don't even show it on the fucking news, and I don't like that because we all watched the Reddit video, and it's a little rough. You know what I mean? Like, I bet if they were there and they heard that poor man begging for his life, they heard that man saying, "I want to go to my son's graduation in the fall," or that man saying, "I'm so sorry, I'm here to fix it." Like,
correct.
Whoa, hold it, Luigi.
a lot of times
he learned his lesson.
I was listening to the video the other day about how there is an insane difference in people who are it's something like a factor of 3 of people who are arrested by the police and there's like allegations of police abuse, stuff like that, right? People are 3 times more likely to be let off if the jury is shown a video of the police beating a man, right? Versus just being told, oh, that guy got beat by the police. Because if they're just told it, it's like, yeah, but that guy just like beat his wife or just killed a man. Like, I don't care if he got beat. But even if they know that and then see a video, it completely changes their understanding. It's like, well, I just watched an unarmed man get beat, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of the time it is the idea versus the practicality. But I think that's a bigger question of like human, like, you know, commitment to the bit, so to speak.
There's this great thing about human beings and the way we view like good guy, bad guy scenarios. Like there's something evolutionary. We're trying to figure it out. Like it's in our best interest, evolutionary, I think, to weed out the good guy from the bad guy if we come upon a fracas or something in the wild. And so like as we watch these internet videos in modern times, you're always like trying to see who has the moral high ground in this fight. Like, and like there's that great video of this guy is he is strong arm robbing a gas station of all their cigarettes. He has one of those trash cans that sits upon rollers so he can roll it around, and he's got a mask on and he's getting all their cigarettes.
Now, if he was doing that to save people from lung cancer,
no,
that would be Luigi, wouldn't it?
By falling on his sword. Yes, he is.
Exactly. I'm smoking all these so others don't.
He's got thousands of dollars worth of cigarettes. And the black guy who's recording is going, ain't nothing you can do, y'all. Ain't nothing you can do. You got insurance, right? And this Indian dude comes out wearing a turban with a mop handle. And he starts whooping the shit out of that.
Do you know about the turban Indians?
I know they whoop the shit out of people with mop handles when they try to steal their cigarettes.
The turban Indians are the warrior caste. They are the motherfuckers of India. And I asked my Indian friends, like, is it true? Are they actually tougher? And they're like, yeah, don't.
One of them held the dude down, and the other started hitting him with this 2-inch thick mop handle about the legs. He beat this man's shins.
I remember this.
And the guy is and then the guy rolls over so his shins won't get bashed anymore because it must be excruciating. And the guy starts whooping him right in the ass, and then the ass crack, like full bore overhead axe chopping swings. And the guy recording goes, "That's called whooping your ass. That's called whooping. Yeah, get it." And the beating goes on for so long that if you hadn't seen that first part, you would feel you'd be like, oh my God, Indians are so fucking It's the turban Indians. We got to get rid of them. My God, what are they doing to this poor black man? What could he have done? He looks hungry.
Yeah, he was just hanging out with 10 cartons of his favorite cigarettes.
Dude, he was stealing everything. He had a knife or something. He was brandished. He was like, "Fuck you," and like I'm gonna steal all your shit.
I love the idea that Quickie Marts have I'm gonna fuck this up, a Kastria or whatever the warrior caste is called in the back, the ones that wear the turbans, just like break glass in case of emergency. Oh, are they stealing the cigarettes? Get fucking Mohammed out here. We got work to do.
We have our own warrior cast, and I think like no shirt overalls. Is like the American warrior cast. A big guy, but big in the way where it's like that guy overeats and throws hay bales, not a flabby gamer style. That's our warrior cast. I put him up head to head with the turban Indians anytime. We're a foot taller.
Who has the mop? Who's holding the mop when the fight starts?
Oh, they both get a mop. I'm a fair man.
That's a rough fight.
It's a rough fight. But they'd be friends by the end. They'd have more respect for one another.
I think that's, you know what? I like to think it's some community, some like togetherness.
Exactly.
Like
this is another thing that would get me hanged from the Washington Monument.
We need all the rednecks in Alabama and all of the turban Indians to meet at the White House lawn with a bunch of mops later
today. The economy has collapsed after President Taylor demanded all shirtless rednecks to the White House lawn for what he's calling the greatest kumite in American history.
It cost billions in infrastructure to make it happen.
I just rewatched the video.
Putting it head to head with the NFL.
Oh, it's so satisfying. He described it so perfectly. That guy's overhead swinging like just
power shots. If it were a video game, he's holding left click. He's holding left click for those. That's a full power meter.
If I told that guy hit him harder, he'd be like, "There is no harder. I'm giving him
That's all
everything."
I got.
Yeah,
you want to try?
And like he hits his butt, he hits his shins. He's sort of indiscriminate. Whatever is available to hit gets whopped.
It would have hurt so goddamn much. You do ads, Taylor?
Yes. Yes. I was waiting for a stop to the fun Indian guy.
Oh, it's just been fun all night.
This episode is brought to you by Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. 2025 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we've got a deal for our listeners, a special deal, as they say. Try Blue Chew free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com. Promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Again, that is BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com. Code PKA. Get your first month free. Just pay the $5 in shipping. And you know, I'm no doctor. I won't tell you guys what to do, but old Dr. Myers hasn't led us wrong with tadalafil, and so that is my recommended.
You actually got tadalafil plus vitamins now, so you get your vitamins with your tadalafil. It's got vitamin A, B6, B12, vitamin C, D3, E, and folic acid.
Oh, so that's solid. Well, once I finish the backpack worth I have. I'll read vitamin version of tadalafil.
I put a stop to it yesterday when
God, you were already overfilled.
I thought I had already stopped it, but I must have started it again. I will send you a photo later of how much Blue Chew I have. I'm a little worried I shouldn't have so much.
It'll be fine. You know,
I've got quite a bit of Blue Chew.
It'll just sit there in the corner of your bedroom until you need it.
I don't think it'll go bad for a while. But it's just like I'm on the highest plan is the thing. So I think I get maybe 28 pills a month, but it lasts for like 3 days a pill, and it was on auto renew, so I didn't notice for a little while. So I have quite a few packets.
Yeah, then you have more than I do, and I have a ton. Speaking of pills to help your penis, Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement is taking the world by storm. Now in a brand new 6 pill a day dosage instead of 9 pills a day. You'll forget you're even taking them as you have 2 enormous doses of pills.
As you skip breakfast to make room for pills.
Yes. And remember, stay hydrated. That's a big part of, even if you're not taking anything. Staying
it's a lot of pills to take. You're going to need that water.
You're going to need
That's how it actually works. We make them drink 2 glasses of water a day.
Imagine if that was the secret.
It's
just water. But anyway, it's effective. It works very well. It's in stock. Use code PKA or code JIZ for 10% off. And feel free to use JIZ or PKA to get 10% off of their pre-workouts, their weight loss supplements, energy supplements, dream supplements. They have energy drinks, protein powders, anything even vaguely attached to the fitness and wellness industry. Derek has probably 5 products.
I like those sleep pills. They're called like Shroom Dreams or something like
Gorilla
that.
Dream.
They're to give you more lucid dreams. I highly recommend that product because it absolutely works. And working for that product means some loopy ass dreams. It's fun. It's genuinely a silly, fun kind of thing to take.
Yeah.
I have weird fucking dreams on that stuff.
Do you ever get a nice goofy dream and like you desperately try to fall back asleep to get back in the goofy, like not even like a sex
sometimes
dream,
I
just
do.
like that was so weird, and then you're trying to fall asleep before it like flutters away out of your brain.
Yeah.
Like you're trying
I've
to
gone back
actively
before.
hold on to it.
I've gone back to the dream before.
I don't do well getting back in the dreams because I feel like I'm thinking too much about what the dream was, and that's keeping me from getting back to bed. But I don't know. Also, check out our merch, PKA 10. Get a hoodie, get a mug, get stickers, get what else do we have?
Uncle Kyle
Shirts.
hoodie, our most popular seller.
Yes.
It's like first and third, and second place is a Taylor sticker.
All right.
All right, let's keep that up, gang.
And I'm sure
Keep
there's
that
some
up.
Woody-related product down the list that I didn't see.
That's how we, by the way, that's how we
Guys,
split
let's
revenue.
get the Taylor stickers to number 1 because Kyle's getting a little too big for his britches.
That's how we're splitting revenue. Just so we're saying, just so we know. I'm just letting you know. I don't think we sold 1 Zach sticker. So Zach, you get 8 cents.
I don't even know if it's true. I was setting up live streaming on my YouTube channel, and I don't really look at our analytics or anything, but the dashboard that I was trying to find had our, I guess our merch is somehow linked through YouTube. I have no idea, but it knows what people are buying.
Cool.
So that's what's up. Oh, Kyle, I'm sorry. Zach says he linked it. So he did something I didn't fully understand.
Buy the Taylor stickers. Let's dethrone this
monster.
This
that was my idea.
At the top.
Did we made the Kyle's tranny shop shirt, right?
Yes, that was that was a long time ago. I don't know if we have that anymore.
No, we made it. It was my idea from forever ago, and we made it and sold it, and then I think we brought it back. Taylor's is first. Oh, well, look at that.
All right, everyone, continue as you were.
Never mind. Ignore all you heard.
Ignore that.
Oh, did Zach say Taylor's is first?
Uncle Kyle's hoodie is second.
Well, he must have different.
Let's take a look at the Uncle Kyle's hoodie. Let's see what
Kyle's right that we are doing the split that way.
Jackie's Chili has 2 purchases. Fuck, that's also my idea. God damn it.
That's also my idea.
Yeah. Nobody wants Jackie Chili. You guys,
you got some winners, you got some losers.
You don't want part of Jackie Chili.
Oh, look at that, boys. Don't you want Uncle Kyle's? Zoom in.
We can zoom in more.
Ooh, I like the descriptor. Stay warm and stylish. You guys deserve to be warm and stylish, and you deserve to do it in a Kyle hoodie.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to. Too many clothing distributors are asking you to choose between warm or stylish, but not us. Not us. What if we become?
I want that one. I might have to buy it myself. I don't really have an in.
What if we become big enough T-shirt moguls that some wop tries to kill us? Imagine that.
Mamma mia. Dude,
I can say it.
It turns out they're
right. Which is why
I've got enough Italian ancestry. I can say.
They find out that we're getting the PKA merch is exclusively made by child slaves.
Yeah, that's how we save money.
I mean, I feel bad for those monkey slaves more than I do the people slaves.
I wouldn't let monkey slaves make clothes. I wouldn't wear clothes made by monkey slaves. That's disgusting.
What is it? What's the fruit they have the monkeys retrieve through slave labor?
Oh, I bet a bunch of them. Yeah, probably bananas and other ones.
There was this whole story
Coconuts,
I read, and it made it seem like the monkeys were really mistreated.
Yeah.
And like,
Name a fruit that grows where monkeys
Name
live.
something that's up a little bit. Name something that's inconvenient to do this.
Yeah. They got monkeys doing it.
They got
Dude,
monkeys
speaking
doing
of trained animals, did you know the Navy trained fucking dolphins and what are those sea lions? I think I get those confused with there's like 3 things that looks like a sea lion. Anyway, they trained them to drown people. They trained.
You made me laugh with the sea lion thing. At least 3 things that look like those fuckers.
Is that one? No, that's a sea otter. All right, it would look like
that's what we call a small walrus. That's
funny to imagine someone confusing a sea otter for a sea lion.
I can tell the
Not even close.
Porpoisey and like what's a porpoise? Is that a little dolphin or is that I don't know what those are.
It's like a dolphin.
That's all the dolphins.
Well, the Navy, the Russian Navy,
are
and
you
the
right?
American
I thought you
Navy.
meant a group of dolphins was called a porpoise, and I'm
It's
A
a
group of
pod.
dolphins is called a
But,
pod.
It's a pot, and I think like some other like also cool animals, not on the same tier as dolphins. Actually, no, like manatees. Are manatees?
You know what a group
porpoise?
of Pomeranians is called?
A pom.
A puff.
Ooh, that's adorable.
good.
I like that.
Yeah, I kind of want to get a few more just so I can have a puff.
I would love that. Of all the stuff you text me, like I like the Murphy pictures the most. Murphy is Kyle's adorable dog.
Dolphins and porpoises are different.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought they were like in a family called porpoises.
I'm just looking it up now.
I believe you. I was
Well,
not.
anyway, Navy trained the dolphins and the fucking sea lions to drown divers, like to kill people. I thought that was all. I knew that they had trained them to do bomb detection work, to do people detection work, because there was that time where we were worried that people were gonna like swim up and put magnetic bombs on our boats. Remember they blew a hole in one of our boats in Africa. I can't like forever ago, like early 2000s or something. But I think they've been doing that since the Cold War, training those dolphins. There's that epic story about the lady who lived with the dolphin and was jerking it off and training it. You remember that, right? They made a special house. All right, so they made this lady lived in a special house that had like a canals built in it. Like it was a dolphin house. So they could coexist. And she was like training the dolphin. I think she was giving it LSD and jerking it off as rewards. I don't remember what I think she was trying to learn to communicate.
I bet you could teach a man a lot.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
What sort of precedent is that setting? We're gonna have Navy SEAls masturbating dolphins on the
different
field?
Different program.
Okay.
Yeah. This is
I served my country.
Yeah, Tim Kennedy kept that part of his job real quiet.
This sounds familiar. This sounds familiar
He
just
said-
because I know you've told me this before. I think. You
Grandma,
this?
were you a hero?
No, but I served in the
But
I
jerked
served
off
in
a
a company of heroes.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Well,
story.
what did we learn?
I think she was trying to communicate with the dolphin, like maybe find some like common language or something. But I really just remember the crazy details of her dosing the dolphin with LSD and having sex with the dolphin, and that they lived in that sort of water house together where they could be like in a house, but the dolphin had a place to swim.
Wait.
It was bizarre.
I'd spend
She
a
had
lot of
sex
time
with the dolphin.
upstairs.
You said she masturbated the dolphin.
The
Okay,
dolphin,
but she didn't have,
dolphins
like-
are known for like
I mean-
raping things.
Yes.
And that includes humans a lot. Dolphin trainers have an ongoing problem with that.
How can you say
Yeah.
they rape things when they don't know what the word "no" means?
It's true. Well, that's what the scientists were trying to figure out if they knew what no means. And
That
it
was
turns
the
out
whole.
they did
I
not.
see.
I bet
Turns
they
out
never
knew-
actually
Turns out
get
it's
it
the
in.
only word they do understand.
They were
just
trying
love-
to see if they could charge dolphins with assault. Is basically
It's
what
their favorite word. They love it. They
It was
love
a
when women
completely
say that.
untapped market of fines and regulations.
Are there
Tons of videos
are
online
there
of dolphins
penises
getting frisky with
prehensile?
Yeah, they
No,
come
but
out
they
and
are
get all
weird.
giggly, and they're like
They're
Oh.
not totally, but they're like they're strange shaped. It looks like looks kind of like a pig's. That's so
Okay.
weird
Yeah.
to say out loud.
I thought they
but-
could like grab things with their penises.
No,
I guess not.
Oh, I don't think they're
Elephants
that
can.
prehensile.
elephants can't.
No, elephants can't. They're their penises. That's not that's a trunk.
You want to bet?
What?
No, because you
Make
seem
your bet
really
right now.
You
confident.
never want to have these fun little bets with me.
Can't
All right, I'll bet.
grab
Ooh,
I'll bet you
we have
a
bet.
fun.
What's the
I'll
bet?
bet you a fun gift on Amazon. If I lose, I have to send you something fun on Amazon.
Ooh, get me one of those steam engines that works off of a candle. You slide a candle into it and a little steam, and you put a little water in, and it turns a little wheel.
Candle.
Yeah, because
steam
powered-
engine
I think it's called a Watson engine, maybe.
for Kyle.
Christmas all over.
All right, and if I win the bet,
right?
you have to just dealer's
So-
choice. You have to send me something fun.
Okay, so to clarify, what is the bet? What's the two betting parties?
I think the elephants have like prehensile cocks, and they could like throw a stick at you with that thing if they wanted to.
I think only
Taylor,
the
what
trunk.
do you want if you win the bet?
I want him to just surprise me. I just want something fun from the mind.
I
of
already
Kyle.
sent him
Okay.
weird gifts, and I think he appreciates it.
I do. Kyle sent me a fun.
Do you guys want
cookbook.
me to read my fact check statement?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, it's a little unclear. Yes, an elephant's penis is prehensile, meaning it can be used for grasping. Not unclear at all. Also written as an elephant's penis is not only massive, but prehensile.
Not
As we
only
watched in
massive.
baffled amusement as he used his penis to prop himself up in the photo, swat flies from his side, and scratch himself on the stomach. So
Hell yeah.
it's like
Can you
another
imagine
arm
what the-
down there.
Imagine the lover that an elephant is to his lady.
Oh,
You
what's
know what
weird? You can't do that?
I mean, I can't turn. I feel like I got like a little movement down there, like a ratchet kind of action, but like he's got like a whole like reach around the corner and scratch your left ovary kind of thing.
That's normal. It's weird that you can't.
Oh no, mine doesn't.
guess
I
I
do
don't
not
love
have
their
a
life that
squid
much.
tentacle for a cock. No.
Yeah.
What is this? What is this that you want? A candle steam engine?
Well, I would like a small steam engine, yes, for my desk. And if what I really want is a steam engine that'll charge my phone. But I've looked into it. You use it to
Ooh,
charge a
It's so
power
much
bank.
steam. It has to
It-
be so much steam.
I found
It's
one
really
on
not.
Amazon, but it's $120. Maybe there's a.
Let's go ahead and.
Okay, Woody, that's funny. Anyway, let's.
I'm
Steam
looking
engine
for-
model miniature. Oh, this only has 2 reviews. Don't trust that. Ooh,
Wait, there must
physical.
be.
A lot of these are
eBay,
just
but it's
models.
300. I'm going in the
Look at
wrong
this guy.
direction.
Fucking merchandise kingpin over here can't get me a little steam engine, folks. You see this? You see this? He gambled on cocks and lost, and now he's scraping. Now he's scraping the bottom of the barrel for the cheapest Watson engine on the internet. You see? What
Wait.
it's done to me? I'm gonna get a Temu steam engine. That thing's gonna scald me.
No, I just found it's called
That'd be
the Sun.
crazy.
It's called the
You
Sunnytech
died in a
Mini
steam
Hot Air
engine accident.
Stirling engine.
Yeah, it's Sterling engine. That's what it's called. I'm sorry, Watson engine.
All right, let's add this to cart.
Oh, Taylor, can you give me a link? I want to know what you're getting.
Yeah, let me find it.
Pay attention, kids. Next time you're learning about elephant dicks.
Don't bet Kyle when he enthusiastically asks you to bet. It's a bad move. Let's bet. Let's bet.
I genuinely was like only 85% sure I was right though, because it could have been like a rhinoceros's dick I was thinking of or something like that. But I was pretty sure I had seen an elephant pick up a stick with its dick and throw it.
That thing looks cool, Taylor. And I think I bought a regular engine. Yeah, I did. That Jackie put together, and it was high quality, and we were happy.
Well, this will be perfect for your desk, and it probably won't burn your house down.
Oh, I leave candles burning all over. I'm not scared.
I do too. Which, by the way, I was going to mention that black soot you have at the top of those.
It's not
candles.
black soot. It's a second candle placed in the top. It's a blue candle that's sitting in the lid of an identical candle to that. See,
is there not? Oh, I see it now. Is there not blackness at the top of that one on the left?
I mean, a little bit, I guess. Yeah,
a little bit. You can avoid that and get
Trimming
a
my
cleaner, better scent if you trim the wick prior to lighting. Yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, I come in here very early.
You know what? I think that advice was worth even more than a Sterling engine motor.
No, you see, I want it to burn dirty because I'm trying to create heat for the room. Like I come in this room and it's freezing like early in the morning, and I light 3 candles and it warms the room up. That in my ridiculous computer.
Dude,
all right, change delivery.
I'm running the air conditioning right now. In mid-December, I'm running the air conditioning because
Same.
I have 3 monitors, and they put out so much heat that you need AC all winter long.
I do the same. AC's got to be on because this room gets smoking hot from this computer, especially with all games are demanding. I keep talking about optimization, but
not the 90s games Taylor plays.
Fair, not Taylor's. I bet
Yeah.
his computer runs at fucking room temperature or something.
Yeah.
It's really never hot. You know, I texted you. That's the right address, right?
I saw you were streaming Elden Ring today. How did that go? Did you slay any bosses? Do any impressive?
I started turning the corner today. So yesterday I was struggling with some of the bosses. I'm playing this in normal Elden Ring. It's half knowledge and half skill. And what you do with that knowledge is you run around to the areas, you get the things that would assist you. Are you running with a big Oonga Boonga weapon and bonking people? Well, you get it like a two-handed talisman that helps you do that better. Are you quick and dashy and slashy? Well, you get like a successive hit talisman that might help you with that. Armor that fits your build, etc. Well, I'm doing just bosses on a randomizer mode. So my character sucks. And my fear is that people watching don't understand I'm playing with one hand behind my back. That's why I'm not beating all of them all the time. And I'm embarrassed that I'm not playing well. And my chat doesn't even care if I'm not playing well. Like, they don't care in the slightest. They're not here for the gameplay. If they see me die 6 times and win on the 7th, they're like, oh, it must have been hard. Like, no one has ever said it. But internally, I feel like I'm not playing well. But it's been fun. I've had a good time streaming. I'm not keeping the videos on my channel just because I was afraid they'd take away from PKA. But I didn't think live streaming would like impact the long tail of a PKA or anything. It doesn't add to like mess like a VOD would. So yeah, I was just streaming for a while. I mentioned it on the chat. We bought a good Christmas present from Mitch. That's Colin's friend. And I was thinking about live streaming anyway, but that is what sort of tipped it over. It was like, I'm going to earn some cash. This present was a lot.
Do you want to say what you got?
It was?
I'll tell you.
You don't have to.
But and I'll tell everyone after Christmas. I just don't want Mitch to know.
I understand. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, type it in the chat real quick so we can react to it. And
so you have to understand, he's really into this movie franchise. He has like clothes for it. It's an annual Christmas tradition for him.
So
I just put it in the chat. So and Jackie was like, "Should we get that?" I think it's more expensive than either presents we got our children. I was like, I'll live stream and I'll recoup some of the earnings. And
nice. Well, shout out Mitch, and he is gonna love that.
I hope so. We think it's gonna hit the
right
target,
up his alley.
Yeah,
that's very cool. That's awesome.
Well, I just took a $45 bath on steam engines. And so, Kyle, it will arrive on December 23rd.
Just in time for Christmas.
Just in time. Merry Christmas.
Oh, that worked out really well.
Merry Christmas. Yeah. Did you get all your shopping done, Wendigoon?
Yes, I did. I'm pretty much just buying gifts for the wife. And then if there's any friends or family who need anything, she gets gifts for them. She's much better at that than I am. But I got her some nice stuff. I think everything should be in by Christmas. So normally there's always like 1 or 2 stragglers, but I think I did right this time around. I got all my shopping done. I don't really. I bought an optic earlier, and in my head, I was going to buy it anyway, but in my head, I'm like, yeah, this is Christmas.
This is like a scope for a gun optic.
Yeah.
What kind of gun?
And I was like, this justifies this. I'll call this Christmas for me. That might help me justify it. So yeah.
What'd you get?
It is the ACOG. What's the designation for it? TAO2, I think. It's the battery powered 4-power with the red chevron. The reason I got the battery powered is because I really like the ACOG and I have one, but the tritium, especially when you're trying to run night vision and stuff like that, is so wonky, like one way or the other.
It's so I figured just after a while. It like wears out and fades out. And when you ask Trichicon about it, they're like, yeah, they do that, don't they? It's like,
they do that, don't they?
Dude, this was $2,000. What are you talking about?
They wear out, and then they're like super bright, or like when you go into darkness, they're not bright at all and stuff. So if like you're using a flashlight, I'd rather just have the control of the battery. So I bought that because I think I've swallowed or spit out the LPVO pill, which I was on for a while for like the low powered variable optic. So I'm just coping and getting an ACOG, like I'm in the GWatt. So
what's the GWatt?
The Grand War on Terror. Because like ACOG's old technology from like, the Middle East conflict and stuff like that. So the idea everyone has is like, oh, well, the new tech's better. You have to get the new stuff. And I'm finally like, well, maybe it's not all that much better. So yeah.
Kyle, do you still have scopes and stuff, or did they take?
I think some they took, I'm sure. But I think my dad's got most of the scopes and such. And then he's got his own scopes and such. I liked the ACOG stuff, but they do wear out.
They do, yeah.
I had a bunch of ACOGs and I had a couple of LCANs.
I'm sorry, this is the thing I don't understand. Does ACOG mean tritium? Like ACOG wears out? I thought ACOG was like
ACOG means advanced combat optic. I can't remember what the G's for.
I don't know what the G stands for.
It's advanced.
When I say ACOG, I'm talking about that Trigicon.
The Trigicon ACOG, yeah.
ACOG scope in particular, and that sort of form factor that it is. I had 3 of them, I think. I had 3 different sizes, and the tritium was worn out in 2 of them, the red ones. But I had a green one too. I think I had a 4 or 6 power green ACOG, and it worked really, really well. But the red ones wore out and faded.
It is Advanced Combat Optical Gun Sight. That's what ACOG stands for.
Gun sight seems obvious.
Gun sight's a little redundant. That's kind of dumb.
Right?
What's funny is the first time I didn't type in gun sight and it said American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. I was like, that can't be it. There's no way.
It's better that way.
Yeah.
I saw that this school shooter this week was a lady, I think. Although I see some people saying it was a trans lady.
It was a lady like born as
yeah, I thought so too. I saw like one picture of her shooting trap, which is a kind of sporting play, shooting, is shotgun shooting. And then I saw like a picture of her in a mirror. Was the only 2 pictures I've seen of her. She's wearing like some German band T-shirt that I didn't understand. Her manifesto is insane, Zach says. You would imagine so. I mean, she went into a school and killed some people.
Yeah, I read part of it, and initially when it was floating around, I thought it was a joke because I'm like, this is just someone pretending to be her. But then apparently it's not a joke, and the clips I read were her. What was really funny is she put the manifesto up as a Google. So she tweeted a picture of her in the bathroom at the school doing like the okay thing, pointed with the phone pointed at the floor right before she did it, and then she replied to that tweet with a Google Drive link to her manifesto. But she forgot to make the link public. So for the first several hours, it was just a private link no one could access. And then eventually someone who knew her got it, or I don't know how.
You bring me up to speed on this when I've heard about it, but I'm not well informed at all.
Yeah, so
kills?
2 kills, I believe, if I remember right. It was in Michigan, right? Some northern state. It was a Christian school. And there were the shooter as well as 2 others dead, if I remember right.
So the okay thing, I don't know how to ask this without looking like an idiot, but there is this okay means WP, which means white power. Was that what the okay was?
No. So to my understanding, what it was is like it started out as like the okay thing means like white power and stuff like that, and that was like a thing that got passed around on news stations and stuff like that, and it became a joke. So it became like an in-joke with 4chan and groups like that to be like, this isn't a racist symbol, but haha, aren't we racist guys? And it was like an in-joke basically. So kind of in like an ironic way, sure, but it was more so just like I'm in the know about internet stuff kind of symbol.
Oh.
Kind of like using 4chan terms like Anon or, stuff like in her manifesto, she uses like, I don't think she calls herself a femcel, but she used a few like internet, like 4chan-esque words. Hold on.
4chan-esque words.
Yeah. See if I can pull that.
It's wild how influential that site is. It's not way up there with traffic, but it does seem to house some of the people who do wild shit. That's all.
She did. So I haven't seen this part of the manifesto. She does expressly state racism, like hard R and all. She says blank though, hard R. worse. Once you sleep with one, you are one. I don't care who you think you are or what you've done good for this world of yours. It will never matter because you will always have no thought and no brain to continue with. So there is, I think it's safe to say there may have been some WP in legitimacy.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, when you describe the WP thing, I don't know the genesis of it, but at one point in its life cycle, it kind of was adopted by white power people.
I mean, like, if the joke is, haha, isn't it ironic that I'm racist, guys? And you use that, I think it's like...
Some people using it as a joke. Some people have adopted this symbol that started as a joke.
Double ironic,
yeah. So it's
like when you call Trump supporters garbage and they show up in trash bags. You know what I mean? Having fun with it.
Yeah. So some people who believe in white power do it, and then some people are mocking it and how stupid it is to say that okay means white power, and you can't really make a determination based on people that hand sign.
No, that was rough. I guess it, could have been worse. I saw some crazy stats on Reddit. They were counting. They said there were like 400 school shootings this year, and even the people in Reddit were like, "Wait, what?" And they like show their stats, and they're like, "Well, that's bullshit, though. You're counting anything in a school zone." Like you're talking about like some traffic dispute.
Boogie firing his pistol into the air.
Yeah, that was one of the that was counted. Right. That was literally counted. I'm sure. So it's so hard to get.
It needs to be inside the walls or playground. I'll accept playground as a school shooting.
Yeah.
Like
if it's in a fence or something. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think we can all sort of figure out which ones are school shootings and which ones are just Boogie protecting himself.
Yeah, protecting himself. From
I actually didn't know this. The shooter was 15 years old.
Yeah,
born in 2009. That is so weird to read.
Isn't it? Man. Happens every year too. They got that thing at the gas station that says if you were born before this, blah blah blah, you can't buy cigarettes. And it's every day they just taken down the rest of our lives. Short lives.
I saw someone, they got carded and they're like, damn, you did the math fast. And he's like, I saw the 19. And it's like, your date starts with 19. You're old.
Fuck.
15-year-old opened fire, fatally killing a student and a teacher and wounding 6 other people before taking her own life with a handgun. Police say.
It was a 15-year-old who did it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See, I need my assassins to have a large amount of wisdom, and she doesn't qualify.
No.
This one, disavow.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one, we give 2 thumbs down.
Exactly.
Well, hang on. Wait, we do. Let's see about Taylor.
Taylor, thumbs down or thumbs up? Kyle says down.
No further context. Kyle says down.
Taylor gives the school shooter 1 thumb up.
Oh, rats!
All right,
that is exactly
and
what just
people
happened.
continue to buy that man's shirt.
Really? Is that what you guys were talking about?
Yeah, I was saying Mario thumbs up, school shooter thumbs down. What do you think, Taylor? And you're like, up.
Sometimes you roll the dice and it comes up snake eyes. So I was trying. Okay, well then, guess I'll change my answer.
I knew if I said Kyle was down, Taylor would
renege.
Of course. You think I'm gonna agree?
He would never.
Well, it seemed, broken clock and such. Seems Kyle's correct on this one.
15. How young, dude? God.
That's about right. Like that's the age group that does this. I feel like.
But just like how pathetic that is in the sense of like how much life you had. Like think about what you thought when you were 15.
Oh,
like
man.
Yeah, like regardless of how serious you saw the world as, and to like end other people's life and your own over it, like, oh gosh.
Even older than that. Like for me, like I was a very different person at like 22 than I was at 18. But at 18, I was pretty much a moron. And yeah, that's why I rarely think it's a good idea to try children as adults, because my own like emotional growth was delayed, maybe along with my physical growth. I was a bit of a slow bloomer and a late bloomer. And yeah, so when I hear a 15-year-old did this or that, I'm like, oh shit, that's not even their end state. It could have got better.
I know. I don't know if we talked about this yet, and it's probably not even a great topic, but it's just a little bit of Donald Trump is winning, and he's like continue to winning to win. And I just think I like to take note of it, because there was a while there where it was looking so perilous for him. It looked like he might be imprisoned any day. It looked like he might spend the rest of his life in prison. And now George Stephanopoulos having to publicly apologize for what he said about the man. And then they've got to give him $15 million for his museum/library, plus $1 million more for his legal fees. And it's like, what a fucking embarrassment for them. What a win for Trump.
He said that Trump was found in court to be a rapist, but in New York, forcibly pinning a woman against the wall and penetrating with her fingers is sexual assault, not exactly rape. And the judge said, make no mistake, what Trump did is commonly known as rape, and we're holding him like to that standard, but legally, from a criminal perspective, that's just sexual assault. So to be clear, Donald Trump pinned a woman against the wall and forcibly penetrated her without her consent with his fingers, but not his penis, which means it's not rape in New York. In other states, it's rape, but in New York, he is merely a sexual assault.
Is this that kook Carol?
Yes.
Jean Carroll?
Yeah, and
yeah. The one who was on Anderson Cooper and they had to go to break? Yeah.
I don't know.
I remember her.
I mean, she is an older gal. Her memory maybe not as good as it used to be. Leave her alone, Taylor. She's a victim.
Okay.
A very rich victim.
So they had to give $15 million to Trump's charity, which I suspect is just to give $15 million to Trump.
That's right? How they all work. Yeah, that's
maybe you're right. But yeah. So anyway, because Trump, like, no one's really sure. She's like, I'm not sure if his penis was in me or not, but definitely fingers. He's a sexual assaulter, not a rapist, and that's why he had.
Or maybe sexual abuse or sexual battery. It was one of those, and I feel like at this point it's important to get it right. Because
right. I don't want to get sued.
Because I remember him saying he was interviewing that pretty Republican Congresswoman who wanted to keep the trans person out of her bathroom on Capitol Hill, whatever her name is. He was interviewing her, and he was like, "How can you support one who's been found legally culpable of rape?" And she's
was
like,
it Nancy Mace?
She's pretty. She's 40, late 40s, and she's the one who was going after the trans person. No, not no. I don't know her name. I don't know her fucking name. But it was her. That was the scenario. But yeah, that's a win. I'd love to be in the room with him when he gets the news. I just want to see what's his reaction to that. Is he just like, yeah, fucking got him? Does he have to publicly apologize? Are we talking text, or does he have to say the words? Like, I want to see what's his reaction to that.
Did you see the apology? I haven't seen it. Did you do it yet?
No, I don't. I have no idea. Okay. I would imagine he just tweeted out and
I don't know.
Something.
Is he the only guy that is being forced to apologize?
Well, he was sued, and ABC was sued, I think.
As far as I know,
whatever network,
okay.
And this just happened where this was settled.
And now it looks like Trump's shutting the government down. So there was this. All right. So here's my take on it. I'm going to try to do this unbiased. At the moment, for another 30 days, the Democrats have the Senate and the executive branch, but not the House. So the budget bill they put together for right now it's seemingly Democrat friendly. Like, it has more stuff they want, but some of the stuff the Republicans want. And that's because all the Republicans have is a very slim House majority, which isn't the strongest negotiating standpoint. Well, Elon Musk saw this bill and didn't like it. So he tweeted out that it'd be better to shut the government down until they go into power. And Trump wants something similar. He may want the debt limit raised under Biden, so that he doesn't have to deal with that shit. Like pin that on the other guy. Don't raise the debt limit on me. I don't want to be the guy that signs it. Do it before I get there. So we will see whether they choose to shut the government down or do this bill and a debt ceiling limit that would have otherwise not come due until June. The June part is fuzzy, but it's something close to that. And in America, we have this terrible system where first we authorize what we're going to spend, and then we authorize the ability to mint that money. And they're two different things. And people are happy to authorize the spending, but usually they fight about the debt limit. And Trump is like, let's just do that fight before I take office, so it doesn't paint me in a negative way. We're watching to see how it plays out. I hope I did that unbiased.
Yeah, you probably did. The two things that I thought were notable was it was a 1,500-page bill, and it includes a pay raise for Congress. Those are obviously the things that I take issue with. It's like,
how do you feel about the parries? Because I'm okay with it, but my mind is open.
They deserve a cut. Like why would they get a raise? Why would they get a raise?
How about we multiply it? How about we multiply it by 5 and make it illegal for them to own any stocks or do any trading?
Ooh, okay. That actually ties into my take on it. That's an interesting thought, because here, I think if you criminally underpay people who could otherwise make a lot more, just as a hypothetical, I'm not saying they are, then you're really just almost mandating them to be dirty, blackmailable. You know, if you're a congressman, then you are rubbing elbows with people who make $1 million a year all the time. And if you're at 175, well, I'm not going to call 175 broke. These are people who could all make more somewhere else. They haven't had a raise for 20 years. Almost, it's like, what, 18 years, something close to that. And they're trying to change it from 175 to 225, which I don't know. Somehow that feels like in the same ballpark to me, but it's also, is it 40% more? It's incalculable. So, anyway, yeah, they want to go from 175 to 225. Neither of those numbers seem wildly overpaid for like a position of that stature to me.
Look at their approval rating. Look at what their boss thinks of them, the taxpayer. You know what I mean? Like, this is the employee that needs more money. Like, maybe we need to flush out people. But maybe they're voting.
They need a bonus system.
A bonus, right? Like for passing bills.
Well, I was thinking more like you only get paid when the budget's balanced, or like that. You know, like
whose idea was that to fire them? Maybe Mark Cuban or somebody. He's like, they lose their jobs if the budget isn't balanced that year or something like that.
I'm sure it's been said before me.
What if we include a stipend that they get that's smaller, and also they are forbidden from taking any job in the private sector for 10 years after they leave office? And that would prevent this shit where they do favorable legislation for companies like Boeing or Raytheon or Lockheed Martin, and then immediately go from head of the Foreign Affairs Committee to on the board of those organizations.
No, just freeze them out and let them take those jobs.
Pay for play.
Fix that. Just freeze. They shouldn't take any private sector jobs on something they have oversight over as a politician.
They wait until afterward and then they go. And so they basically.
I know, that's what I'm saying. You disallow that. You make it, put 5 years on it, put 10
or
years.
Or spouses.
Yeah. Yes. Good addendum there, Wendigoon. Yeah. Just do that for like 10 years and pay them enough that it makes sense that you would still get intelligent people, but also like fully make it illegal that they can trade stocks. Like, I don't know if it really, like, think of how fucking insane that is. That these people can make decisions that they know before even large trading firms know are going to impact the price of stocks, and then they make boatloads.
Well, no, it's worse than that. They know they're going to move the market, and so they react before they move the market. It's as corrupt as it gets. And when you look at Nancy Pelosi being, what is her fortune up to now? Is it 200 million or something crazy?
She's not the world's greatest investor.
I'm glad she fell and broke her hip. I'll tell you that.
Did she fall and get fucked up?
Yeah, a little whoopsie daisy. You don't come back from those at 80.
You didn't hear that? She did fall and break her hip.
Didn't her husband get murdered?
No, he just got hammered up a little.
Yeah, that's right.
But
he's better now.
Probably everybody knows. But when you break your hip as an elderly person like that, some huge number die in the next like 6 to 12 months.
Yeah.
Like, it is semi-fatal.
Apparently it's like one of the most easy surgeries.
No.
I think more than other surgeries, it's apt to get infected. And that's just combined with like, it's an old person too. Like young people aren't getting full hip replacements.
Something to do with the recovery, like being bedridden for that long.
Already had the surgery.
Tanks it.
I'm sure,
I don't know, but I do know that, I mean, there is a correlation that is super strong.
Dude, I've seen videos of replacement and like ortho surgeries online, and genuinely, it feels like Dr. Nick from The Simpsons. Like, that's how brutal. Like, there will be a rod in someone's leg, and some doctor is taking a hammer, just smacking the rod out or into the leg.
Orthopedic surgery.
Yeah, just brutal. And like, I'm watching and I'm like, oh, you went to school for this? Like, I could swing a hammer. Like, that seems now, granted, the rest of it seems pretty complicated, but the hammer part,
it is the way it is when you swing the hammer that makes all the difference.
It is. He's got to have the correct form.
Don't worry, sir. We removed your femur.
Yeah, and then afterward, they're like, being incredibly sore is part of the surgery, and it's like, but does it have to be? You're going balls to the wall with a claw hammer in there, knocking this metal rod into someone's femur.
I wonder what AOC thought when she heard that, because I just know they hate each other. I know she wants those oversight positions and the old
AOC wants to have the biggest hits in Congress. And she's happy.
She's on the breast envy subreddit.
She is. Yeah. She's on the big breast.
Man, they took down her sexy subreddit. I was.
Did they?
Oh yeah, a while ago. It's been months now.
Dude, I don't know if breast envy is still a subreddit, but like I can tell who I am because I'm always like the smaller ones are better. Like in every case, that's.
All right, let's do a little research.
Let me see. I don't know how old the subreddit is.
Smaller ones are better. Said no one ever.
Yeah, a lot of gay guys think that.
About what? About women's tits?
That they like the small ones.
Look at the top one right now. It's called roommate envy.
Give me a link here.
Stand by.
Yeah.
And tell me, are you on team big or team small? That's the first post I saw.
Team big.
Yes, I'm over 18.
Team big? Okay,
Team big.
Kyle. Wendy?
Say that again. I was reading a manifesto.
We're looking at tits. No, you have to click the link and then go to breast.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I apologize for getting. Yeah, I was off my game. All right, so
I'm going to be the only person
walking through this. Hold my hand. Hold me gently.
Which post?
Kyle, I think you're trying to talk.
Yeah, which
okay,
photo?
so what do I do here?
It's called like college envy or something. Roommate envy. It's the first.
Cowgirls. I see bigger than her head. Roommate envy. Here we go.
Roommate envy. Yeah.
Oh, are we guessing?
We are. No, we're choosing a preference. You team big or team small?
Small.
I'm not alone.
Wow.
I thought for sure I was going to be on this
Nancy's.
island by myself.
Yeah, can we do a quick head count of who here is married? That's what I thought. Anyway.
Yeah, but that just means more tits out.
Yeah. I think you just lost your own argument. Like, what are you talking about? Smart people don't get married.
Kyle, were you team big or team small?
Dude, I'm team big on that one. Them some big old titties.
Hell yeah, brother.
I was all about that. And like that other girl, I couldn't even see what was going on over there at all. There could be nothing there. That could be a boy. I think that was a trans woman.
That could have been one of those videos where like she was wearing a bear suit dancing in the background and I wouldn't have picked up on it.
Go to the next one, Cowgirls.
Cowgirls.
I think we're going to get more team smalls on this one.
In her head. Cowgirls. Okay, here we go.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, team small.
Hold on. I did not understand what was happening here.
All right.
I was like, what did they
hold on. Well, then I need to make sure.
I thought you were just asking for like personal preference.
No, you got to pick between.
No, we're looking at the pictures. So
between the pictures. I thought you meant just in general, like anytime. I was like, where do the pictures factor into this?
Yeah. And so are you switching to team big for the roommate?
I'm not. This feels weird. No, I stand by what I said. She seems nice.
Crazy.
I like the way this small one smiles and like moves.
She's a terrorist. I'll have you know.
Mm-hmm. All right, Cowgirls, team big or team small?
I mean, this one team small, but that's because the small tit girl is like far more attractive than every other one.
Way more attractive. And not only that, Taylor, look at the belly button that we see from the large gal who is.
I see a cavern.
You could put a golf ball in it.
Looks like fucking my belly button.
That leads to why I'm often team small. I feel like it is rare, super rare. Now, maybe the roommate envy one was different, but if there were really big boobs, that's usually not the only body fat on that body.
All right, let's go top all time, boys. Let's go top all time.
Let's go top all time. This is the content people want. Us spending the last
I do not support this for the record. I'm just here as like the chauffeur.
Top all time is not safe for work.
Yeah, you just lost your game, my friend, when you went top all time.
Dude, top all time.
That woman.
Let's say Kyle to fucking King check fucking mate, Woody. Good God. That's a big girl. Oh my goodness. Well, all right, this is probably not a good show topic. We would need to find girls. If we could show the girls, that'd be
better because it would make sense.
This is literally just a group of guys like, all right, chat, what do we think?
Yeah, what are we thinking? Big tits?
I wish I could share this with the people watching.
People watching, like he only won the one where there was a butterface type situation. And trust me, look, we don't want a fatty with big tits, but some of these girls are pretty damn fit with enormous tits.
Pretty
Versus,
stacked.
Man, I
versus
was so
skinny girl.
I was so confused when we started.
Honestly, I look at this one. I'm
Shut
still
up.
team small. I'm just team small in general.
I thought it was like, do you like
me-
big or small? All right, now break into groups for silent reading.
Yeah.
Kyle, you guys, let's do one more. I know we need to move on. Team big or team small on my latest link.
Okay.
I picked this one not chat. I'm calling everyone chat because I'm streaming
Chat.
now. Chat.
Crazy.
This
Wow.
one, they're
Chat.
both pretty, but the small one's a little tighter in the belly and the hips.
Nah, team big, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, team big.
Wendy?
Actually,
He's not looking anymore.
He's not playing.
Lord,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
looking
he's-
at the picture of the mountains and nature.
We're looking at the picture of the mountains too.
I bet you are.
for some reason my video is all fucky. It's all like chromed out for some reason.
Oh, that's
Oh, it's because I got dark mode on or something.
Anyway, we
I'm
all
surprised.
are
It turns out boys
mostly
like
straight.
big boobs. other
Oh, okay,
than
I
me.
can judge better now, Woody. I got dark mode off. They looked like chroma characters for a second. All right, I'm gonna go with the small one on this one. The she's just much cuter to me. She's kind of got like Lola bunny cheeks. You know what I mean?
I think her package is generally tighter. Like I look at the crease by her hips,
Yeah,
her belly.
I'm with you on
like,
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
and she's not petite. Those are still like some big C's.
mm.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, that was fun. You know.
Oh, are you gonna hurry, Taylor? You got somewhere to go? Oh no, you don't. You got an hour to kill. So let's talk about titties.
I would love to, but we need to accommodate all.
Oh, okay. Wendigoon
I
can't
could just
see
sit
out.
here and shake my head for
We
a while.
understand
that's
your
fine.
the Lord. Look, the Lord made those titties. Okay.
You know, he did. He did. I feel
He
like
did.
there was maybe with some of those, there was maybe a little help from.
no, you saw.
The-
You didn't look at the video. Then they were those.
Dude, those are.
Yeah,
I feel
no.
like those are tits that if you showed that to like some Celt living in the year 1000, he'd be like, "Guy, that's the most incredible thing I've ever seen in my life." Like, because we have all these every day you're feeding girls hormones in the
This
milk.
woman
and it's
was
making
raised
big
on
titties.
unpasteurized milk.
Oh, now that I disagree
Yes.
with strongly. Like whenever you see I saw a cave painting that's clearly the silhouette and it's bad of a woman, but it's from like 8,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, and it's a curvy bitch, Taylor. It looks like Kim Kardashian if she let herself go. You
But
know
that
what I mean?
was
And when you
them.
see
He
those
was fantasizing about that. I doubt there was a bitch that thick
It was-
just parading around the camp.
You think they made up an ideal? They saw it and they wanted it. Like it's just like those fertility idols that's just big tits with big old.
Dude, those are
tits.
the only ones that survive because they don't get fucking cracked because they're giant.
I thought.
They had lots of.
think
Have you seen that? Have you seen that old?
I think women.
there's
are
this
naturally big,
sculpture. There's this Indian sculpture that shows a fertility goddess, flat belly, stacked. I was
How
like,
many arms
whoa.
did you have?
I wasn't looking at that.
I think if we go back like 250,000 years, right? We just need to undo evolution a little bit, and I'll get my generation of hairy women that I've always wanted.
Bro, you're always going after them Winona Ryder looking ladies, and
That's a weird one thing to.
We
want.
turned the hair all the way up on my Elden Ring character. Chat was down for it. They agreed. They said, "Woody, you're on
I
something."
see.
here."
Is this like sensitive hair or is this just like full body, like mustache, beard, the whole nine? Like, what are we talking?
Sensitive hair. It's just like a little bit there on the belly and the back. lower
Hell
back.
yeah, Taylor. The
Dude, do you
Indians
see
know
that?
what's
Click
up.
on the
Correct.
tweet I just linked. This shows some
What
attractive.
am I about? To
No,
click
these
on?
are fertility statues from the 3rd century in India. It's not.
This is
porn.
this is like browsing LimeWire back in the day.
More like e fucked. Yeah.
That one on the right is dope.
So look at
yeah.
all these. These are actually good fertility models. Good for them.
That's women look like that. Those aren't fantasy women.
No,
That
number
hip-
three.
that hip
Kyle,
to waist
where would
ratio
your
is kind of
organs go?
crazy.
Yeah.
Number
honest.
two.
Yeah, Isaiah's right.
I can show you pictures of women who look exactly like that. There was a famous.
Yes, but they didn't have implants back
Not
then.
pre-Photoshop.
Yes, pre-Photoshop. There's a famous pinup model who. Hang on, let me find it. God damn it! Don't know what fucking waists look like because McDonald's ruined it for this generation.
Kyle's about to show a famous pinup model as an example of not photoshopping. I'm not sure this is.
What are you looking at? What you have, on the other hand, is someone found a woman so goddamn beautiful they spent the time to carve her into stone. I think it's pretty equivalent.
Yeah, and they were probably taking some liberties with the stone carving too. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, like if
if
you were like drawing your girl or something like that back then, and it's like you look over at her and you're like, well, I don't want them to, think poorly of her or anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Number 1 and 3 have vulva. I just enlarged the picture.
Yeah, they do. I noticed that. Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, but
I didn't want Chat to miss out on this experience.
Yeah.
Can you imagine an Indian guy in the 3rd century like, I have stumbled into the most wonderful job. What do you do?
He came running to his group of friends. He was like, guys.
Friends, you're not going to believe what the palace has me doing. I am looking at big titty girls and then I am carving them. And then before I hand it to the king, I jack off on it. Dude, sick. Big shout out to this guy from 200 AD.
Oh, except he can't do faces. This is how I imagine I would evolve as an artist. Like
once again, I have
banging at like hips, vulva, boobs, and these women are
really excited
faces.
about that.
Well, it takes me 5 hours per statue. The first 4 hours, 48 minutes is all of the beautiful titties and vagine. And then you kind of just throw something together for the face.
Exactly.
No one is looking.
I mean, really, it's like some guys like, oh, the face looks weird, and you're like, okay,
all right, homo.
okay.
No one's looking at the face. Yeah, but that's great. Good for India, because I see those other big fat fertility models, and it's like, don't you know, being as fat as those models makes you like unable to even have kids, dummy.
Wait, which models? The fertility models?
The giant oafs that are like a billiard ball with like big tits on it. Yeah, the very ugly ones.
Not what I'm imagining, man. I was like, I don't know.
Oh, you did a bunch of research on Mr. H.P. Lovecraft, I see on one of your videos. What what was his cat's name again?
I bet Kyle knows.
Oh, mamma mia! That guy didn't like a lot of different groups.
Kyle all of a sudden is like, does it count if I'm just naming a cat?
He didn't like immigrants.
It doesn't count if I'm just naming a cat. Just screaming that at a cat.
One chance.
I don't know about you, but I am a huge Lovecraft fan. I've read a bunch of them books and watched all of them movies, and I really like. There's a few words he
What, you just looked it up?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kyle. I got excited and interrupted.
Oh no, you're good.
So I looked it up and I'm like, oh, AI says the cat's name was Black Cat, but it was changed to Black Tom, and I'm like, what is the like? I recognize the word black is in it, but and then they said the name of the cat. Beep,
Hard R.
You might call it Nigeria Man, and but not exactly. And I'm like, oh wow, damn, he went hard with that.
Yeah. He had a lot of things going on with his life. You know, he was a weird dude. His mom messed him up really bad. He had like super low self-esteem. He thought he was hideous and like didn't want to be seen in public. He had this weird relationship with this domineering woman.
Yeah. He was fiercely agoraphobic. With like not until the last few years of his life did he ever like come outside that much and like interact with people. He had this like intense fear of other races too that kind of gleamed off of that because like everything he knew about them was through books and stuff. So to him, other like ethnic groups were like aliens walking the earth.
I think he lived in New York for a short time and he'd seen a lot of immigrants. He'd had a real John Rocker reaction.
He didn't like it.
Didn't like it. And it actually, in some of his writings in the last couple of years of his life, he's like, they're not so bad actually, and then he dies. So
yeah. But have you ever seen The Void?
The Void? Oh yeah, the movie about the hospital where like that's such a good movie.
That's my favorite Lovecraftian movie. There's that other one with Sam Neill, that John Carpenter did. Can't think of the name of it right now, but I don't like that one as much. But The Void is sick. I love The Void.
Dude, Lovecraft is another guy. He died at the age of 46 in 1937. That guy sticks around till 1947. I bet he's saying a lot of other stuff.
I bet he's a lot of ideas real quick.
Yeah, I bet he's.
It's funny how you say that as if right now he's hailed as like a hero of equality.
Oh,
like
I just know that like I don't know 1% what you know about him. I just literally knew his cat's name and that he's responsible for like a lot of the norm in sci-fi and fantasy. Not like the same impact as Tolkien or something, but still, yeah.
The cosmic horror, this eldritch horror, this idea of this old horror that's greater and vaster and completely beyond comprehension is what's at the core of it. The idea of something whose name your tongue can't speak or your eyes can't comprehend, so you see this instead, and the thing that you do see, the thing your brain can process, cripples your mind and turns you into something else. I really like
possible.
Yeah. Color Out of Space.
Color Out of Space. Yep. It's just a color. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a color that isn't sort of incomprehensible. Turns out it's
which is why I feel like the movie kind of sucks a little bit because when you watch the movie, it's like it's the color purple.
Yeah, it's magenta. It's like a little bit of purple with a little gold in the background or something. But I like Nicolas Cage, especially his bad movies. So Color Out of Space was cool to me. When he starts hacking up those monsters, or when the goats are all mutated and shit. Yeah,
cool for different reasons. Yeah.
And you got like I don't know if it's Cheech or Chong, probably Cheech. I think you got Cheech out there in the woods. That was a neat little movie. But yeah, I really like the cosmic horror in anything. I'm always looking for something that has that sort of Lovecraftian twist to it, something new. There was that movie. Who's the girl from Twilight?
Kristen Stewart.
Kristen Stewart or whatever. She had that movie Underwater, and that
was cool.
That was cool. It's about an underwater like mining station, and the movie begins with the mining station having a major disaster. So you don't even get to warm up to the characters. It's just like first thing, disaster. We're sinking, we're drowning. Get into your safe suits. We've got to we're working on our survival right now immediately, and you meet like 5 or 6 characters, and they're basically moving around in the deep ocean, and they're just like there's monsters down there. Spoiler: there's some fucking monsters down there, and it's sketchy. Good movie.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool.
Team Small.
Yeah. Oh, now there's a flatty I can get behind. Okay, that's a very attractive.
Okay.
At the end of the day, you have to look at the whole package. You have to.
That's why Team Small does so well for me. It's just so rare that Team Large.
Oh, really?
Like Anna Nicole Smith, right? Like.
Oh, that's a terrible one to pull out of your pocket.
I'll do this. I'll uncheat it.
We're back to tits.
Prime Anna Nicole Smith still loses in my opinion.
Time is a flat circle.
Well, of course she's borderline retarded. Those tits are fake, I think, and she's
that sentence is wild.
She's borderline retarded, and the tits are fake.
Yeah.
Your Honor, just sending that. Yeah. In other news, Kyle, have you heard of a prank called the hot foot in baseball?
Yeah, you're gonna put something in their shoe and set it on fire, right?
It looks like a bunch of Dodgers players wrapped a bunch of matches together and then stuck it with like gum on the back of a Dodgers player who was like not paying attention, and then they light it, and then it like hopefully doesn't ignite your polyester uniform and then kill you at the Dodgers game. But that is funny with baseball is like they have like baseball style pranks because so little is going on. Watch the NHL or the NFL, or at least include the NFL starters. Like those guys on the sidelines are pretty locked in. They're like, all right, I'm following the game. Baseball, these guys are futzing around. Look at that.
I saw a post.
They were up 6-0 on the Cards. Okay, well, I guess they can goof around.
I saw a post one time that was like that people were arguing over like what athlete is like the best athlete, and someone was like, baseball is like the strongest athletes because they have to run, hit, muscle, cardio, or blah blah blah, whatever. And someone just replied and said, if you're bored, you can eat in the dugout.
Yeah. It's like it's not even close.
Yeah,
like it would be much easier for like a professional football player, or it would be easier for an NFL player to go play in MLB than it would be vice versa.
I just want to say I haven't been paying attention to chat, and I just look over. Message from Kyle, r/Alexandra Didario. Message from Kyle, r/Sydney Sweeney. Message from Kyle. Sending subreddits of women.
I love
not just women. Big-titted, thin-waisted women.
We've got no
Kate Upton
sources.
is not thin-waisted.
Dude, we'll have a
Hold on. You know what? No, I'm not stooping down to your level.
Do it.
Come on down in the cube of E. What was it?
Why would is that real? Like, if we're talking about like I can't believe I'm saying this. If we're talking just based off like size and stuff, you would really put Alexandra Daddario up?
Why not?
As an example, she's
Why not?
like I get Sydney Sweeney, I get Kate Upton, but she's like I wouldn't
You're
consider
not a
that
fan?
a poster boy for like your team.
I think she's pretty fit, and I think she's got gigantic tits. And not only that, she has maintained that for almost a decade now. Woody called her pre-fat. Season 1 of True Detective.
Look. I'm not going to say.
Wait, I just want to clear my name. I was wrong, but we're talking about Kate Upton. I think she's the one I called pre-fat.
You called them both pre-fat.
Look,
We do this a lot.
I'm not saying she's not attractive. That's not what I'm not saying. I'm saying that she doesn't seem like a spokesperson for your camp.
I don't know what you're talking about. Find one of these bikini photos. I think she's like.
Yeah, I'm with him actually. I'm gonna post a photo. That Wendy, you won't want to see this one. And she's not team small,
yeah, okay,
but she's not team big either.
Zach, use mine instead.
She's just team medium, which is, perhaps the ultimate winner in this.
No, she has,
my God, you can't even see.
She has big tits. She's laying on her back right there, and they still look big.
They're enormous. They're enormous. Like, use my.
Sorry, I see.
You can show my picture. My picture, she's in a bikini. She's like.
Where did I put that Bible?
Yeah, show Kyle's picture at the pool.
Let's go Alex ahead and re-up.
I need a refresher.
I'm not. She's definitely not team small. I don't mean to pretend that. And she's even, maybe at the high end of team medium. But this is
part of the show.
And by
only
the way,
8 people online. Damn.
I struggle to believe any picture I see online nowadays.
Actually, there's only 5 people online because all 3 of us are online.
This is just not a representative of Team Big, I don't think. I mean, if you're talking about the guy who holds the flag in the
those aren't big titties to you. I'm not sure what the argument.
I'm not even arguing about
those
her.
Those are like double D's or something.
Those are big titties.
It's hypocrisy. That's all I'm saying.
Those titties weigh pounds each.
Those are big titties, and I won't hear anything to the contrary.
What's the measurement for what's the unit of measurement for titties?
Baby heads. How many baby heads? It's a unit of volume.
They can clap with them. They're big. There you go.
Zach says that can't be Team Tiny. That is a fucking insincere argument. No one said they were Team Tiny. What straw man is that you're going at? Who are you arguing with?
What the heck is that? I'm not even in this argument, but that is an absurd point to take in the midst of it.
Yeah, I'm using facts and logic. Dude, I want to go argue with a 19-year-old college student about the size of the tits. like I'm a Steven Crowder at a table that's like changed my mind, and people are like, I want to argue about Palestine, and I'm like, we'll get to it. And then hand out tit pictures, have a spirited debate.
Yeah, as a strategy, that was great, but I really detest the whole change. Like, oh, we're gonna determine this argument as to whether or not I admit you changed my mind. I'm undefeated. Like, I just.
My mind wasn't changed. It's like, hey,
right?
How about what?
What's the
I'm
legitimate?
say, I don't know. I'm not making any comment about her physical appearance. I will say she was phenomenal in season 1 of True Detective.
Oh yeah, that's what what we're referencing.
Is that show still worth watching?
I heard season 4 was good, but after 1, I can't.
I can show you the seasons to watch.
I think I stopped it too because I got like halfway through and it's like this isn't nearly as good.
Yeah, that season's not good. And the most recent season isn't very good with Jodie Foster, I hear. But there's a couple seasons. Season 1, I saw someone making the argument the other day that season 1 of True Detective is the best season 1 of anything ever, and it might be. Because you go back to season 1 of like Soprano. I don't think maybe Game of Thrones, but I don't know. I haven't watched it in a while. But like season 1 of Sopranos, it's pretty weak. Season 1 of a lot of things.
Honestly, I can't really think if we treat season 1 of True Detective as its own show because it's an anthology, season might as well be. I honestly can't think of a lot of shows that beat it. Maybe if like you look at the breadth of like the Sopranos and stuff, or like Fargo or something like that.
But has the dad beating up the bully's dad?
That is 2 or
1.
3, right? No. He's talking about with the Colin Farrell.
Yeah.
Colin Farrell's in season 2. Yeah.
That was one of the best scenes in all of television.
That scene is good. Where's the fucking LeBrons? The fucking LeBron. Where are they? And he's like, some kid. What do they do to them? They fucking shit on him? What? They cut him up. I don't know. Kid shit. They cut up the LeBrons. And the next thing you know, he's like smoking a joint in his police car on the phone, on the radio with dispatch, tracking this kid's dad down. And then he throws it out the window and starts driving into the darkness. You're like, where is this headed? Oh my God.
I liked when
the bully's dad's house.
I liked when
Matthew
want
to relive it through Kyle's retelling.
Did you like when Matthew McConaughey would like say something kind of unhinged, and then you'd see Woody Harrelson like in the car, like look over at him, like you're a crazy person, but you're very good at finding things.
That scene Kyle was talking about, he knocks up on the door and he wants to talk to the kid, and the dad sort of stands in between them and says that, like he's like, listen, you can talk to me. He puts on brass knuckles and beats the shit out of that dad. And it is a ruthless pounding. The dad is on the ground and he is just ground and pounding this dad. There's blood all over the front porch. The kid is like, stop. Like, what's the matter? Thought you got off on this fucking shit, right? Because the kid's a bully too.
Yeah.
But he likes being the bully. He doesn't like watching his dad get bullied. And he's like, if you mess with my son, I forget the phrasing, one more time, I'm going to come back here and fuck your mom with your dad's head or something close to that.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, now that kid's parents' safety is his choice. And I like the anti-bully storylines. It's right there with Thor arriving in Wakanda.
I sent you that video the other day. Did you like the one? It's the Elder Scroll. I think it's the Elder Scroll.
Dude, I wrote you, and you must not have saw it in WhatsApp.
I did.
I was like, cut. Oh, okay.
It's like the Elder Scrolls. It's a commercial from like 6 years ago, maybe, but it's the Elder Scrolls Knight fight against like 3 different characters or something like that, and they have this great fight on a rooftop. But it was set to Holding Out for a Hero. Yeah, that was a great edit. I've been watching a bunch of those lately. It's sort of that meme where it's like women want to die quietly and they're peacefully in their sleep. Men want to die on the other hand, and it's like scenes for last holdout scenes from movies and like triumphant moments, like the saving the day, Rohirrim showing up type moments, but it's set to like inspirational poppy music. It's real fun. I've been watching this all week. A lot of Warhammer shit. I had Woody crying the other day on the Warhammer edit. Fucking guy jumps out of the.
I mean, that might not be true.
He was wiping tears. He was like, "Yeah, it was good, man."
It was actually on PKN. So
you never know.
That stuff makes me cry. It really. I get really inspired by that, and it something about it. I cry every time.
What kind of content gets you emotional, Wendigoon, when you're watching?
I'm with Kyle. Men dying in battle. Sacrifice content always gets me.
Ooh,
anyway, like sacrifice for like a spouse, sacrifice for like a platoon or something like that. The whole like go on and leave me thing gets me every time.
What if they win? What if it's like? So I like just as much as sacrifice content. Like I'm pinned down. I'm having a problem. I can't seem to solve this myself. And then fucking Wendigoon shows up cresting the hill, right? Like that also is like, oh.
Yeah, the last moment save kind of thing. Like,
right.
The savior moment, so to speak. If the other ends the sacrifice, yeah, it goes pretty hard.
This
what makes me emotional is like those videos of people rehabilitating dogs that have been abused. Or like animals, or like reunited pets. I love those. Those
have
are
you seen
solid.
Hacksaw Ridge?
Yeah, the scene you just sent me. Yeah, that's a good one.
This scene right here in Hacksaw Ridge. First of all, I saw an edit of Hacksaw Ridge this morning that made me cry. It's that song from Madonna that's been remixed into a choir version that they used in Wolverine and Deadpool. They're like playing that while he's like getting just bullied the whole movie, and then at the end, of course, he's saving everybody. But this scene right here, after they've treated him like shit the whole movie, they're like, why aren't the men going up that wall? And he's like, they won't go up the wall till he prays for them.
Yeah,
nobody will move until
that
he
whole
prays.
that whole movie
Because
got
they've
me.
seen
Like,
what he did the day before.
when he's crawling around in the night and he keeps praying, like, just one more, let me get one more. Like, oh, that gets me.
Mhm.
It was a very good movie.
I watched that today. The only thing I didn't like is when I think his name is Vince Vaughn is sitting on a blanket getting pulled to safety while he's shooting so impotently with this what seems like an undersized machine gun of some
sort. Grease gun.
I don't know my guns like you, but I know that if I'm a Hollywood director, I'm like, what is he doing with this pea shooter? Get this guy a military weapon.
He would have had something like that. He would have had a Thompson assigned to him. But that
is
looked
that
like
what he was using. I don't
know.
No,
my memory tells me it was like a grease gun looking thing, which would be an even cheaper submachine gun. With a slower
that
rate
would
of
make
fire.
sense because it was in the Pacific, and typically grease guns were usually issued to the Pacific, I think, because they got all the old stuff. They raided Guadalcanal before they were issued M1 Grands. They were still using Springfields at the time, which is absurd.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah,
you said you have seen that movie, Taylor?
I have. I remember really liking it a lot, and then I just checked. Makes sense. It's a Gibson original. You got Mel on the case. You're gonna get a good movie.
It's Gibson.
He knows how to pull them heartstrings. Patriot will do that
anything lately?
I don't know.
I saw this funny video of him getting pulled over that I think was pretty.
Leave him alone. He made a Santa Claus movie a couple years ago that was kind of funny, tongue in cheek, where he was like a badass Santa, and our boy Walton. You didn't like it that much, I don't think, but Walton Goggins is there to assassinate him because he didn't get a gift as a child. He's held it against Santa his whole life, and Walton Goggins there's this moment where he's like, "I'm here for you, fat man," and Santa yells back, "You think you're the first?" And it's like, oh shit, what am I watching?
Yeah,
it was fun.
It's funny. Somehow I don't think it was a bad movie, but it just didn't hit my personal bullseye.
Yeah,
but someone else could like it.
I mean, Mel Gibson is making a movie right now called Flight Risk with Marky Mark, and
the Funky Bunch.
Based on this screenshot, Marky Mark has like a Costanza shaved into his head.
Hell yeah.
Let's see what this is about. A U.S. Marshal boards a small plane to transfer a government witness to New York. As they cross the Alaskan wilderness, tensions start to rise as not everyone on the flight is who they appear to be.
Dracula?
Marky Mark has male pattern baldness shaved into his head?
It looks like it based on this picture, and it also has...
Can you link it?
Yes.
I only ask because Marky Mark is like... He's one of those attractive Hollywood people whose career is half based on being some sort of thirst trap in every film.
Good
and let me see if this works.
It does. It just pulls up and you can... I don't know.
No, I agree. I didn't expect that from him. Okay. And
it's got Topher Grace from that 70s show. That's all I know him from.
Zach, can you show this picture?
Spider-Man 3, thank you very much.
He's also in Predators.
Oh, yeah, Spider-Man. He was the bad guy in Spider-Man.
If I was the audience, I'd want to see
bad guy in Predators, too.
All right, so what?
Look at that. He is not thirst trapping it for us. Like, that's not the hottest version of Marky Mark.
They gave him gum disease.
Right? Like, I'm catching that now.
He's got Austin Powers teeth. Yeah.
They lit for it, I would argue. Like, if people don't know, if you do fill lighting, like I would never do on this show, then it kind of like fills in the wrinkles. But if you do overhead lighting exclusively, it magnifies them. You put shadows on every wrinkle, and that's what they did in that shot.
Yeah. Well, I'll watch a Gibson original. I'll watch Flight Risk.
I won't. That seems like shit. I hope he makes a real movie. I wish he would make something like Apocalypto or some big period piece, some war epic.
That is what he's best at. Yeah.
When there was that one Vietnam movie he made, like We Were Soldiers, maybe. It's about the first cavalry division that went to choppers in Nam, and it's got him and that mustache man whose name's escaping me.
That's a really good one.
From Tombstone.
We Were Soldiers. Did you say it already?
Wait. The mustache man. You're talking about Val Kilmer?
No.
Or Kurt Russell.
The old one. No, the old one.
Sam Elliott.
Sam Elliott. Yeah. There's a part where this American's been napalmed by friendly fire, and they go to drag him to safety, and the meat comes off his legs when they go to pull him by his feet, and the guy's just like, ah! And of course the man is like, ah! And the guy who called in the friendly fire is like, oh my God, what have I done to my people? And the Sarge grabs him. He's like, you listen to me. You get under control. You got to call that. You got to keep bringing that fire in. You're all that's keeping us alive. He's like, okay, all right. Well, that next one, he's like, get the next one right. You know what I mean? Because you dropped fire.
What movie is this?
We Were Soldiers.
Oh, I actually haven't seen We Were Soldiers.
It's a true story. Long story short, it's when when we started the air cavalry, started putting fast response troops in Nam and choppers, and it was the first division of that, and they get attacked by an overwhelmingly large force of Vietnamese, well armed and led, and they're kind of surrounded in this opening valley type area where they'd made their landing. And they have to fight it out for a couple days. One detachment gets separated from the main group. Maybe a dozen guys are out on their own in the woods, just barely staying alive, just in a circle, completely surrounded for days. It's a good story, though. It's hardcore. It's very, very violent. Gibson does not skip on the gore.
Does Gibson lose that? They do, right? They get more kills, but they also lose the land.
They in the end they evac and sort of leave, and the Vietnamese general has this moment where he comes out and he's like, we won the battle, but I don't know about this war. This isn't we can't keep doing it like this. You know what I mean? They definitely kill a shitload more Vietnamese.
I feel like losers always say that.
Sure.
Okay, we didn't get the land, sure, but we made them pay dearly for it. Yeah. I guess I'm watching the Ukraine war so much, and they say that every time they lose territory.
It's called losing, guys.
Vietnam's a weird scenario, right? Because we were not directly fighting the Vietnamese army. We were fighting Viet Cong soldiers, and we were fighting Russian assets and stuff like that. So it's what would victory look like? Would it look like killing every Vietnamese person in southern Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia and stuff? It's what quantifies victory? You can say the same thing about Afghanistan, right? What would winning the Afghanistan war even look like? What would that mean?
There was no yet.
Yeah, it's we're over there, we're attacking insurgents. It's what's the goal? If we kill every person in Afghanistan, will that solve
you would have to win Afghanistan like we won the West. You'd have to do the same
colonizing
thing.
It. Yeah.
And eliminating them. You would have to round them up. You can't allow you're not going to defeat a Bedouin tribesman and his cousin fucking allies over the mountain ever. You know what I mean? Because okay, you could beat the Taliban maybe, but that's just what they're calling themselves
They'll
today.
change their name, right?
Yeah.
We beat Al Qaeda, then we beat ISIS mostly, I guess, and now we'll beat the next one too.
So it's what does winning mean, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just keep declaring it. You know who we're taking out? The number 3 guy that you've never heard of. We get him all the time.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah.
This guy who's really not important enough to end this, but we got to hang our hat on something because it's been a lot of nonsense.
It's interesting because lateral warfare was always the other side surrenders or you take their capital, you take their government, right? But when you're fighting a guerrilla force, it's either the complete extermination of the guerrilla force or whatever force you're fighting entirely, or you just leave eventually. It's the only
I don't know. I feel like Al Qaeda and ISIS are kind of on their back foot, right? You don't really hear them in the news cycle anymore.
Who just retook Syria?
ISIS just retook Syria, didn't they?
Yeah, and sent Russia leaving with their tail between their legs. Yeah.
Huh.
So we'll probably see a similar situation in Syria now that we did in Libya.
Oh my God! I'm so glad you brought the Syria up. Did you see what CNN fucking did?
Markets.
Did you see what CNN fucking did?
No.
I do think.
So Syrian government falls. Al-Assad's out. This evil oppressor, and all the prisoners are going free. All the political prisoners. These people are getting to see the sunlight the first time. And I think it's Dana Bash over at CNN. She they're camera in hand. They go in there and they free this prisoner. He hasn't seen the fucking sunlight in God knows how long. He's squinting on the outside. He's like, oh, thank God. They're like, the government has fallen. You are free. And he's like, oh, thank God. Are you serious? Really? I'm free? And they're like, oh, yes. And come on, we're going to get you to the aid station, get you hooked up. And they freed this poor political prisoner. And then somebody, I guess, watched CNN and said, that's actually Al-Balin Nadaga. He is the torturer of Lebanon. He's Al-Assad's left-hand man.
Yeah.
You freed him? Like you let him out?
Super bad dude, yeah.
And they're like, yeah, not only did we free him, we broadcasted it.
So now Syria is going into the hands of a much more intense religious terror group than it was prior. Assad protected, what is it, the Shia Muslims and the Christians in Syria. And now ISIS or their tangential parties are going to be in charge, and it's going to go.
I have seen some pretty rough execution videos since after he got overthrew.
Have you considered maybe this time will be better?
No, I think it'll be. I think we saw Gaddafi in Libya.
So the rebel group who overthrew Assad is Hayat Tahrir al-Sham.
What's their flag look like?
Turkish-backed group.
I'll tell you if they're good or not. I need to see the flag.
Let me look.
Well, it makes sense that it's Turkey because Turkey's been trying to get Syria from what?
It's just a journalist having his head sawn off on the
flag. Turkey's been trying to take over Syria for like literally 1,000 years.
They're this close.
They've before, and then they lose. Like they got it in like 1590 or something, and then it didn't pan out. They lost it again.
Will this work if I like paste?
What do you think the main export of Syria is, Taylor? Like, what do you think they do there?
Yes, that did work, Wendigoon.
Okay. It's their flag apparently.
They have oil. They have oil there, but I don't. They don't have like refineries and stuff, do they?
See, that's cheaty. You always go back to oil.
Okay, well then, if it's not oil, then what are they fucking? What are those? Oh, dates. Maybe it's dates.
See, I thought olives, maybe.
I feel like olives is like more North Mediterranean, like Greece and Italy.
It looks like cotton, followed by fruits. And I think I'm gonna give you no points.
Wouldn't have been my guess. And that oil was not on the list.
Oh yeah, I was skipping the oil because it's just like it's a Middle Eastern country, so that's always going to be number one.
That's got to be their jam, and they're all about oil. So yeah, deposed another country. So that's
a lot of people dying. Pretty cool.
A lot of people dying. A lot of Christians and Shia Muslims. Wait, what's the more extreme sect? Sunni or Shia? I don't remember.
I think it's Sunni.
Sunni's the more extreme. I wanted to say, that a lot of Shia Muslims and Christians in the region supported Assad, and then the Sunni Muslims were like, "Nah, bitch, we got to go full caliphate."
This isn't one where I bet Taylor and I agree. I'm like, I'm going to go non-interventionist on this one. Let those guys sort themselves out.
Now let that bleed over towards Israel and Ukraine, Woody. Let it matriculate.
Well, let me ask you.
We'll be on the same side with all of it.
I'm with you on Israel.
I agree. I don't want to like dip my toes into Syria, but don't you want to still like send those tier 1 guys over to wipe out any evil fellows? We know where they live. Maybe have the drone strike every now and then, blow up a little cafe full of douchebags. You know what I mean?
It's tempting, Kyle, but what if that leads to the next 9/11? Like,
what if that touches
a couple bad guys and a wedding or two, and we angered people?
I immediately take back what I said about Sunni. Sunni makes up 90% of the world's Muslim population. That is not the answer.
Okay, well then he was protecting the Sunni and the Christians. That's what it is. Then Shia are the extremists.
Dude, if they were going to do another 9/11,
Assad was popular amongst the moderate Muslims in the region as well as the Christians in that region, because he was a bulwark against these extremist groups and protected them in cities like, I want to say, Damascus.
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, it's the same situation again. So was Gaddafi.
Except
they're all madmen.
They're all crazy madmen that were previously rational actors. Crazy.
I don't think Saddam was a rational actor.
Absolutely was. He was acting in a way that he was trying to solidify Iraq's control over their own oil reserves and their own banking.
He gassed tens of thousands of villagers, and his sons were known for their rape, torture fund, and their private secret police. I don't think so.
Well, it was very important oil reserves. I don't know what you want.
Very important.
That was a foolish man.
You don't have to think that everything's good or bad.
Those people, because they were doing the Civil War uprising.
Can't there be some nuance to this?
I mean, unironically, yes, there is. There is nuance to geopolitics, but it's easier just to have like a good guy, bad guy.
I always thought that he gassed his own people. It's like, they were starting a civil war. Like by that measure, Abraham Lincoln shot his own people.
Do you remember?
Those were our allies.
Do you remember in 2018 when they said, and this was one of the conspiracies I did on the show in 2018, they said Bashar al-Assad during
really
a UN
under the Denver airport.
Well, it was different. This was a better one. They said in 2018 that Bashar al-Assad was gassing his own people, and they said he was doing it in the middle of a UN weapons inspection while they were inspecting for a gas attack. And so they're there inspecting, and then suddenly a gas attack happens in a place that's not even vaguely strategically important and wouldn't do anything other than implicate Assad and cause problems on the global stage. And yeah, my conspiracy back then was absurd. Like, it was a false flag nonsense. Obviously, the leader of this country during a UN inspection desperately does not want to draw the ire of the UN. He wouldn't do that. There's nothing to gain from it. And so clearly there's been a target on this guy's back for a very long time.
Oh, I thought the conclusion was going to be they determined that he really did.
Oh, no, they never.
That the NATO did false flag it.
No, that'll probably never come out. But that's what
That'd be cool.
Personally,
you know what? I can imagine like some fucking Delta Force guys going in and like, all right, we've got, first they have to steal the Russian gas, and then they've got to like use it on the Syrians, but make it look like the Syrians did it to themselves. Like that would be a fun little mission to be on.
It's a movie.
Yeah.
What is the one where they stole? Is it Firefox, where they took the plane and flew it away?
Fuck yeah, Clint Eastwood. Yeah, Clint Eastwood he was born in the Soviet Union, but his parents immigrated to the U.S., so he still thinks in the mother tongue. And the plane, the super advanced Firefox plane that he's stealing, works with telepathy. So you think to fire the missile, but you have to think in fucking Russian. So he steals the plane and like takes off in it, and you know, gets it back to the Americans. It's a fun little movie.
Fun little romp.
It's a documentary.
It's a true story. Some people, I have heard people say that The Hunt for the Red October is based on a true story. I've heard that, because the idea is that a Soviet nuclear submarine with a new sound-baffling propeller technology, that the captain of that vessel, what do you call it when you go over to the other side?
Go over to the other side on what?
From the Soviets to the Americans. Like he made a deal with the Americans.
Oh, you're a double agent, or you're a traitor?
No. Well, I mean, technically, yeah, but basically what he did was he gave the vessels to the Americans, to the CIA, in exchange for, you know, citizenship and hide me in America, make me an American. And that's what the movie is. But I've heard that like maybe that's a true story.
I put it in the chat. It is based on a true story. 1975 mutiny aboard Soviet destroyer Starohevoy. Something close.
That's interesting. I think to sail the ship to Leningrad to start a new Russian revolution. So I think it's I've read that it's based on a Russian nuclear submarine with an advanced silent baffle technology that was given over to the Americans in like the 80s. And there was and of course the Soviets were chasing it, trying to destroy it, and the Americans were trying. And I think the idea is, and maybe the story is, that they faked that it was destroyed, that maybe we did, so then and then took it. I think it's a story, maybe a conspiracy theory. It's also a good movie with who's it? Fucking
James Bond.
Yeah, James Bond.
The Scottish James Bond.
Yeah, Sean Connery. Yeah, they do a really good job. You know, I'm sure we always watch movies where it's Russians, but they're speaking English, and it's in this movie they start off speaking Russian, and then they slowly do this thing where they just zoom in on Connery's mouth, and it just changes to English. And you're like, okay, all right, that didn't take me out of it. You kind of like gave me a little visual cue that, all right, we're gonna go to English now, and they do it really quick. So because Connery doesn't speak fucking Russian.
So I know we're already off of this topic, but it seems like the Shia Islamic group is not explicitly violent either. They're just all non-violent. It's those who practice a kind of outward jihad, or like jihadism, that tends to be the ones, because jihad can either mean a struggle against oneself and a betterment within Islam, or it can mean a attack against those who are non-Islamic, attempting to remove Islam from you. So it looks like it's not the Shia either. I don't know what. Yeah.
When you're sitting in America, it's so easy to other everyone who's not like us.
Yeah. Okay, well then a better way to put it then would be moderate, normal Muslims and Christians, and then the extremists. I
the
guess.
old, you know what I mean.
You know what I mean? The old terrorists.
Yeah.
They love terror.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, this is going to be the time that our involvement in the Middle East is like gangbusters. Like everything's going to be coming up.
Oh, you think?
No, it's gonna not. Like, it'll continue to just be a money pit. I think already we're increasing the amount of soldiers on the ground we have in Syria, further involving in a fight with ISIS there.
We would never do such a thing.
So you think we're going to be doing more fighting in the law?
I think it'll lead to more. I was meaning like. I was joking that like this was the Middle Eastern conflict that when we involved ourselves, it was going to go smooth as silk and actually work, and it would pay dividends to the American people. But
we're on the right track.
I'm not.
I took it to mean we're going to ramp up, and I was like, "You think?" Because
we are ramping up in Syria.
I know
I'm not
Trump
sure
isn't.
All of our
typically, no one thinks he's a hawk at all, and I think that his dove tendencies are a little oversold, but not completely oversold. So we'll see where he lands.
Well, they already doubled. It looks like the number of troops in Syria.
I don't look at the last 23 years as a failure. You know what I mean? Like what I know is we haven't had another 9/11. I know we ain't had no more skyscrapers fall, and I know that millions of people over there have died, and a lot of them were bad.
Interesting. No other 9/11. I actually have a tiger repelling mailbox.
Do you?
Yeah. I've never once had a tiger show up ever since I put that.
How much? I need a tiger.
You think that's an argument? Was that a joke?
I think that you're like doing a causation equals correlation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. There's an organization of tigers out there whose sworn motto is death to Taylor and death to America. Those evil tigers. No, there aren't. There aren't any tigers after
Some tigers are evil. They kill those Indians.
I bet tigers would do that if they could. It's actually fences that stop them.
You're not some Siegfried and Roy. There's no tigers in your world, but there are terrorists who want to kill Americans. Like, they'd love it. They'd love it. They talk about it all the fucking time, or at least they used to.
Saying that the last 23 years of interventionism in the Middle East is what's preventing 9/11 is insane. If anything, we've angered more people than previously imaginable in that region.
Oh, yeah, you get mad when your terrorist buddies die, don't you?
The people who live there who aren't terrorists are not pleased with us being there.
What are they going to do?
I guess get really mad and probably form covert groups where they plan to attack.
They better not become terrorists or they'll get what the other people got. My point is, we've had no big terror attacks. We've killed millions of people, and a lot of them were bad. We are winning by such a degree, I can't even measure it.
$2 trillion. There's a measure.
What price do you put on safety? What price do you put on a 9? How about we can have a 9/11 every Thursday under Taylor's America?
Again, 250,000 people dying of fentanyl overdoses from our open border.
Fentanyl. All those wonderful souls. They were just trying fentanyl. Just those go-getters. Come on, who's fentanyl killing, Taylor?
People trying to do coke and also drug addicts. and also people who are like being dosed unknowingly. And
you can say that about ricin. You can say that about ricin. Anybody?
Well, how many people die of ricin every year? Because your argument in favor of the interventionism was some promise of safety.
I'm saying not a promise, a guarantee. 23 years now, no 9/11s. You know how many people Obama killed alone? I think he might have the record for drone strikes, for deadly drone strikes.
Probably. I don't know.
He was keeping us fucking safe. And you don't think it made people mad? You don't think those wedding attendees who got vaporized were mad? But I don't think they had
an opinion.
The thing is, you can get as mad as you want. Don't forget, the reason you're mad is because we sent fire from the sky from the other side of the planet with a button, because that's who we are, and I love that.
I love that.
We send death from the sky with a push of a button, and you can't even. If you could be Wolverine and it wouldn't fucking matter. We'd melt your ass.
Agree to disagree.
We've got weapons for that. We melt shit all the time.
Did we deal with any terrorism from the Middle East?
The U.S. military could destroy Wolverine.
Did we deal with
melt?
Did we deal with
the
Middle East before 1948?
And all that's left is his skeleton, and he regenerates from that.
That's true. The U.S. military stand against Wolverine.
we should make a Wolverine.
We need more money into the industrial complex.
For now, we're safe. Dude,
if they took all that Ukraine money and said we were making Wolverines,
I'd be like, sold.
I'd be like,
let's make some Wolverines.
You think that's funny? You know, 2 kids injected themselves with fucking elemental mercury trying to become Wolverine.
Shit, we better spend $2 trillion to prevent that.
It did not work.
No. What happened? Did they get a different power?
They they actually lived. Apparently, you could just inject yourself with a big syringe of mercury and you'll be okay. You know,
there's no way it'll make.
I mean, not okay, but they're fine now.
That's gonna like get through your blood-brain barrier and make you retarded.
Didn't though. Nah, they were all right. I mean, they weren't that smart to begin with. They injected.
Of course not. Maybe they were immune. Maybe that's the true superpower.
These are Rhodes Scholars is shooting fucking mercury or something over here. They're already dum-dums. They wanted to become. It's literally what Mac joked about, like becoming creating a superhero by like having sex with a person strong enough or something. Like, no, can't become Wolverine. Yeah, I'd be okay with some Wolverines, a Project X, if you will. Although, as you know, that's a Canadian group of super individuals empowered through various means. No, I'm a little worried about our neighbors to the north. I see Trudeau getting ran through the ringer by El Presidente Trump, President-elect Trump. It seems like Trump invited him down for that little powwow, and then afterwards he was like, yeah, it didn't go so well. I think the tariffs are the way. So he's getting a lot of pressure back home in Canada. And I think he's up for election next year, right? I think 2025 is the Canadian. I
don't understand how Canadian elections work, but it seems like he's in hot water, and the French guy too.
Yeah, Macron. You see the approval ratings for like unpopular American politicians, and it'll be like Biden will be like 35, like that's our
30s and 40s.
Yeah, that's like our terrible. Like everybody's like, oh, 32%. This is great. Like you look at the approval rating of like Trudeau and Macron, and it's like 8. It's everybody.
I think that's just because like in the United States, and I can't speak for Canada because I'm not Canadian, but in the United States, like a bunch of people do not care about who the politician is. There are people who are Democrats and people who are Republican. And until like a candidate executes someone on live television, they may lose part of their base, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's why you have like a hard 35% that are not moving. Yeah, on either
makes
side.
Sense. Yeah, they have like 100 parties over there.
My grandparents to this day will not vote anything other than Democrat, because when they were like back in the 60s, like the Democrats in Kentucky were the ones who were like funding the coal mines. So to this day, they're just like whichever the blue one is, check. Like,
yeah.
Yes.
They might be out of date on that. I'm not sure the Democrats are still the ones funding the coal mines.
No,
they don't check. That's how it works. It's just like I don't turn on the news. I close my eyes.
That's why advertisers don't waste their time with people over 35. Like you can't get them to change shampoo. They decided when they were 21. That's who you're targeting.
Not. Exactly. Yeah.
Taylor, Super Bowl's coming up in a couple of weeks. Your Chiefs are the number 1 seed, of course. They're trying to repeat. Trying to go for 3 Super Bowls. Absolutely, they are trying to go. Philly might be up there. They're probably number 2. I would guess Philly's my number 2. But you guys are trying to do something historic. You're trying to win 3 Super Bowls in a row. Brady failed at it at least once. I think. Wait a minute. Bradshaw did something crazy. Bradshaw or somebody else did like 2 twos. They won like 2 in a row twice. Someone did.
Yeah, but I know 3 hasn't been done, like you said.
But 3 in a row has never been done. So I'm psyched for your boy.
Have the Chiefs won the last 2?
Last 2 in a row. The Falcons have to win all their games, and then the Bucs have to lose one of their next 3 games for us to get into the playoffs. That's where we are. That's the loser team. We our quarterback. I think we have to choose between like 65 million or 38 million of dead money. By getting rid of our QB right now. They're benching that guy, Kirk Cousins or whatever his fucking name is. I don't really follow the shit. And they're putting up a guy who was playing in like Indiana a couple years ago. You know what I mean? So fingers crossed we win all 3 of our next 3 and the Bucs lose one of theirs. We are playing the Panthers and one of them who are just dog shit.
Who's the Bucs?
I don't the Buccaneers.
Buccaneers.
Oh, Buccaneers. Oh, sorry. Bay. I was like, wait, Bucs? That's a basketball team. What's happening?
Yeah, my bad. Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Well, the Milwaukee Bucks are expected to be blown out by the.
They only brought 5 guys to the field. No one knows.
These guys got a lot of long, thin, breakable limbs.
I really thought they'd bring helmets.
I looked up NFL power rankings, and I haven't been paying much attention to football this year. I'm kind of a basketball guy, and I don't know why I'm torturing myself. My team's awful, but the Eagles, number 1 seed in the New York Times power ranking. And the Detroit Lions, my other team I like to have too, number 3 seed. So this is
Lions are having a tremendous year. Here's why I think you've got that number 1 seed over the Chiefs. I've watched the Chiefs play.
Chiefs were 6.
Really? They've only lost 1 game, but
True.
it's been close.
They lost to the
year.
Bills, and they've won.
And not only that, like I heard some stat in their last game where it was no one had won as many games and scored so few points. It was some weird stat where they're scoring very few points but getting all those wins. And I watched them play maybe the Bears or somebody the other day, and like they were struggling. It was like turnover after turnover. Your boy was throwing interceptions. It didn't look great.
It looks like they beat the Browns.
Kelsey looked like frustrated. He's getting a little broccoli thing going on. He had a like pouty face walking around.
Broccoli thing, his haircut, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he's getting the Chiefs are the only team that's 13-1.
But look at the plus minus on the Chiefs. I don't know what you're looking at.
Yeah, it says
but
plus 70.
It's a team that should be like 9-7 or something. Like they have barely scored more than they've been scored against, and they're 13-1.
I want to say the Atlanta game was close, and we're like 500 team. You know,
they're all close. They barely win almost every game,
it's been fun to watch. Like I said, I've watched 3 or 4 games, and every time I'm like, I choose to believe, and when your guy keeps coming through for you like that, it's like, all right, I like these people. So yeah.
So you're pro Kansas right now.
Oh, big time. I want them to three-peat. I like records being broken, and I like greats. I like living in the age of a great. You know, I'm a little too young, I guess, for Tyson to have certainly to have seen him when he was great. But I think there was some years there where Tyson was just, all right, there's no one even close. No one in the world in the sport that you do. They're afraid of you, Mike. You know what I learned about Mike? He was raised by that D'Amato guy.
With a D, D'Amato.
D'Amato. Since he was 12 or 13, he was like adopted by, you know, that guy was a hypnotist.
No, I didn't know that.
You know, he hypnotized Mike from the time he was a young child and told him, you're the greatest. You're invincible. You're impregnable. You can't be touched. They're too slow. You're too strong. You're too fast.
He was right, though. And that only works if it's Mike Tyson. If he did that to me, I just get my ass kicked all the time.
And it'd be one thing if you like, as we as an adult went to like a therapist and they hypnotized us, or hypnotist, I should say, even 12-year-old kid, like your guardian, your coach is hypnotizing. You know, he's like believing. You can tell a kid magic's real at that age and they'll believe. You know what I mean? So I think that power of suggestion, that power of hypnotism was key to that just mental edge he had. He looked like a predator in those fights. So yeah, I hope your boy three-peats. I'm praying for you. I'm hoping for you. I hope that you get the ultimate freebie and somehow the Falcons make it to win the NFC. They get past the Eagles. All right? Impossible.
I'm such a big fan of the Chiefs. If they win again this year, I'm buying a hat. I'm gonna finally rep this. And also, if they lose, I'm gonna go full bore. Let's go Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly.
I will do the same
thing for the.
If people can't win, like I always pull for like my friend's team because I want them to be happy. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually, it'd be kind of fun if the Eagles and the Chiefs made the Super Bowl. And
that'd be cool.
Impossible.
Oh yeah.
That happened was that last year or 2 years ago?
2 years ago. Yeah. The Chiefs won.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
I don't follow sports that much, but Meat Canyon, do you all know Meat Canyon?
Yeah.
I'm really good friends with him, and he is obsessed with the Chiefs. So I hear about it all the time. So I want him to be sad. So I'm pulling for whatever the other team is.
Oh, wow. Well, big shout out to Meat
Different kinds of friends.
He's a smart guy. I've always said I've always talked about him. I've always said Meat Canyon. This guy is incredibly smart. He's incredibly bright. He makes these cartoons. They disgust me, frankly, but they're cool. He makes.
Am I the only one that gets female reproductive organs out of Meat Canyon? Or
that's the idea. That's the joke.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought I arrived there on an island by myself.
No, you caught on, right? And his other channel name is Papa Meat, so that's all kinds of weird vibes going on.
I haven't watched any of his videos in a long time, probably at least a year or two. But I remember sending one of his like really upsetting animations to Kyle at one point, and Kyle was just like, "Oh, what is this?" Like,
he does that constantly. There's always something. He sent me an audio message today that I don't even want. Actually, you know what? I'm on a podcast. Why not? No one's watching this long into it anyway. Who cares?
Right.
Yeah.
Everyone's gone.
Say whatever you want. Everybody drop
exactly. We have a podcast together, and a normal human would be like, "Hey, are you ready to record soon?" And this is instead what he. Hold on.
I put right meow. It's right meow like a cat. Meow. 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 I'm purring because I'm happy. Meow.
What?
That sounded like purring.
Meow. I'm a good little pussy.
Drug user?
I don't care for that. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like that constantly. He'll do this thing where he'll be like, "Dude, I've got this awful scratch on my back. Can you take a look at it?" And it's him completely naked in the mirror.
Dude, that's just classic prank.
I need
imagine your wife hearing that voicemail out of context and being like, "Son of a bitch!" Like
you're cheating on me and you're gay with him.
Yeah, so I need anyone who's not the Chiefs to win. In other words, yeah.
And obviously college football playoffs. I'm much more psyched about my Georgia Bulldogs number 2 seed, I think. So we get the bye. I'm looking at this Tennessee Ohio State game is gonna be fun to watch. I'm very excited for that. I'm gonna watch that and then just watch Georgia win another fucking national title. I hope. I'm gonna be real bummed out if they don't. I'm not gonna want to talk about it.
Well, what is their record? Have they won 2 of the last 3? Does that sound right?
I don't know about
last year.
I don't know about that. They lost 2 games this year. They are, but then they beat Texas twice, who was number 1 both times, I think, or number 1 the first time and number 2 the second time when they beat them. And they've had a real strong schedule. They lost to Alabama and they lost to Ole Miss.
I was right though. They lost last year. Michigan won, and then they won 2 in a row before that. So they have won 2 of the last 3. If they could win 3 out of 4, wow.
Yeah,
that's like
absolutely.
Alabama's success.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, almost.
And then, last year was some horse shit anyway. You know, I felt like we had a great team last year. We just got squeezed out. Now we got this 12 team playoff. Georgia's going to be a top 12 team forevermore. It's just not. I can't see you taking a step back until that coach quits. You know, until Kirby Smart quits. I love that coach. I rarely give a shit about a coach. Like Tony Dungy back in the day with the Colts was always just so like milquetoast. I didn't get anything from him. But Kirby Smart is like fucking, I don't know, mugging for the crowd and talking shit. Like I remember after
no one thought we could do it.
When he won the second national title, he won the second national title, and to the crowd, he's like, 1, and they go, yeah! And he goes, 2, and they go, yeah! And he goes, 3, and they just melted fucking down. The idea was the third coming last year, and then we got boxed out. So this year, obviously, our quarterback is out. We have a backup quarterback now going into the playoffs. The boys seem like they're not even miffed about that. They seem like that's not even a mental issue whatsoever. That kid did play okay in the last half of the game the other day when they beat Texas. He played okay, especially for I think he got like 15 snaps all year or something. So rookie QB leading us into the college football playoffs.
What year is he?
Probably sophomore. But they do so much weird shit with like redshirting and you see he could be 27.
Now that kids are getting paid in college, like I would not be surprised you start seeing more like 25, 27-year-olds playing the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the guy who was winning for Georgia like 3 years ago is like my age.
He was 40?
No, he's 26.
No, he was like 25 or something, like QB and winning the title. I like that shit. I don't care. That guy had a crazy story where he worked his way up from like junior college or something. He just believed and grinded his way till he was a national champion.
I don't know if I care. I do feel like it's a league where like 18-year-olds are supposed to be playing, and if you're literally a 25-year-old guy in like the prime of your career beating up on teenagers, and like, is that college football? Maybe it is.
He's eligible.
Is
It's
it
a
the
Bobby
SEC?
Boucher type situation. You know, that was the situation with the water boy. He was like 35 when he was playing, but he was eligible.
Yep. Adam Sandler rules. Well, anyway,
I mean, that's the law.
you guys want to call it a show?
Do we have to?
I think we
You
should.
said 5 hours tonight.
No, I didn't.
I will
That's too
say
much fun.
to keep it going for another second, I got curious while we were talking about Luigi and looked it up.
Ooh.
Apparently,
Okay.
interest in the Unabomber has gone way up since this whole thing happened and his comment on the manifesto. So I'm like, I wonder how my video's doing, because I did a video about the Unabomber last year. Since the shooting, it has more than tripled. In
Really?
daily views. Yeah,
Yeah.
like 2,000 a day to like 8 to 12,000 a day. So
Nice.
you know what,
Nice.
maybe Luigi? I misread him. Maybe not.
You know, and if he's not my friend, then he's good by me.
Maybe he's goodbye. There you go. Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
cool. Well, check out Wendigoon. Links in the description.
Thank you,
We
thank
ready to wrap?
Appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir.
PKA 731.